Preakness Stakes Day 2026 being run at Laurel this year with Pimlico under construction. And what a card. We have 14 races, including the Preakness Stakes, but it looks like there's some good wagering opportunities out there. Yeah, I've looked over this card, made the adjustments after scratches. There are a few races I got to look at a little bit deeper between races, but main races we got, the early races we got, we're ready to go. And what a day for the Preakness. That is a very, very interesting race. We have speed, a lot of speed horses in there. We have our bunch of closers, and then we got some of those middle of the range horses too. So what's going to happen? Taj Mahal, of course, Brittany Russell looking to become the first female trainer to win the Preakness. Does that sound familiar? Of course, Cherie DeVoe, not in the race, but she became the first woman trainer to win the Kentucky Derby. And so this might be girl power year, folks. We'll have to see, because Cherie is going to be back for the Belmont Stakes, or as long as everything systems go. So it should be a good race. I'm kind of disappointed we don't see the two big guns in the Preakness. Of course, Golden Tempo, the Kentucky Derby winner, and the other big gun, Renegade, Todd Pletcher, finished second, just missed, got run down at the last second. And so the big guns are not there, but they're both going to be pointing towards the Preakness. So towards the Belmont Stakes, which is going to be run at Saratoga for the last time this year. By next year, things should be back to normal. Belmont Stakes should get back to 1.5 miles at the new Belmont Park. It's been running at 1.25 miles at Saratoga. And then we should have Pimlico back. So that's the story right now. So let's take a look at this race. Got a few things going on here. 19 minutes to post. As far as the first race, I want to say hi to Josh. Hey, Josh, good morning. Good luck today. Let's get it done. Now, the first race, kind of interesting, a little bit interesting. There is some speed inside, and there are, as of right now, there is number 11 is scratched in this race, and that was also eligible. That would have been a speed horse, so that's out of the picture. But we do have some speed inside, in extreme inside, Sally's Gold and Bougie Bubbles. And on the outside, prepare for takeoff. So you got some speeds in there. I didn't land on the speeds here in this race. Okay, the ones I'm looking at are, right now, my top selections are 7, 8, and 9. And I'll talk about those horses, and I'll tell you how I use these horses. So let's get to number 7. And I like them in that order, 7, 8, 9. So that's simple enough. Number 7, Epic Style. Number 8, Gift of Gab. And number 9, Precious Avery. Let's talk about it. We'll begin with the 7 horse. And you ask what I'm using, the data I'm using for these races, the usual suspects, Thorograph speed figures, the charts, the sheets, and also Brisnet. So let's take a look at these horses, beginning with my top choice, number 7. Now, 7's going to have to close here. Now, they kick this off with a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. So you get the blood rush, the blood flowing early here. And yeah, 7, Epic Style. Michael Stidman has Jose Ortiz up, riding for him. He hasn't won in a while, but has put up a nice number running here at Laurel in his last out in April, where he finished second, just a length and a half back. Stidman, respectable trainer at Laurel, 13%. And with Jose Ortiz, they're 17% together. Now, some of these are kind of close. I'm almost tempted to put the 8 ahead of the 7 here. A Laurel specialist coming off 2 straight wins here at this track at this distance. Now, this is an allowance optional claim, And these run at the optional claim 12.5. This is a 40, kind of moving up a little bit. Very, very as steady as they come. Gift of Gab, and that has Toledo Racing. The jockey is up. But here with Suzanne Steadiness, with this jockey, they win. I know it's only 17 times they race together, but they win together 35% of the time. And I could kind of see this one upending the 7. So I'm torn between the 7 and 8 as my top choice. Let's take a look at the board and see what's going on the board. Gift of Gab open 6-1, currently 10-1. Wow. I see number 2 is at 9-2, and I don't like that one at all. So I'm going to go back, take a look at that. But Gift and Gab Epic Style is at 3-5. So you're getting a bit of a price. And let me see what the exacta 7-8 would pay here. Probables. Exacta 7-8. It's a 13-1 exacta. 7-2 is only a 6-1. They're probably looking at the speed. 7-9, 17-1. So you know Jose Ortiz is always going to take money in a situation like this. So let's see what else. So let's take a look. Let's go to my third choice, the 9. Now 9, Precious Avery. All right, Timothy Shaw. And Silvestri Gonzalez up. Did run a nice, goes back to 5.5 furlongs, where this one ran well early last year. Has been off now 6 months. I'm a little hesitant to use this one, 9. So I want to go up to the 2, but I'm big on the 7 and 8. I want to take a look at the 2. We have a couple horses that are coming. They usually run on the dirt. I see this one that does know his way around the winner's circle, has won here, did win by a nose last out at the allowance level. Very consistent, not quite as fast as the other, but will be flying early. And this jockey here at Laurel, I'm not a big Laurel player, but luckily I have the percentages here. This jockey, Hazelwood, wins 25% at this track, and that's going back 646 starts. So some of these Laurel jockeys are going to be, they don't want these invaders coming in on their big day and pushing them around in their own building. And this jockey trainer, Hazelwood with Hugh McMahon, they're 25% together. And Hugh McMahon, very solid trainer here at Laurel, 17% winner. So we got some speed and inside speed. An interesting horse turning back is number 3, Cairo Street. Can't pick them all. Yeah, that one's taking 6-1. Yeah, the Avery horse, my 9, the Avery is now getting a jockey change to Precious Avery. And I'm thinking a straight 7-8 box here, since you're getting a price on Gift of Gab. And I'm going to put my play in there. I'm hard-pressed to pick a third horse. You got a bunch of bombs in here. I want to check the outside speed, number 10. Now, 10 did run a big race at Laurel last September. A repeat of that race might be fast enough to do some damage in here. Trainer Hassan Elamri, and he has his jockey, Jean-Gregor Bressano. They're 19% together, and this guy, Elamri, the trainer, he is 19% with this jockey, and together they have a 7.83 ROI. And this Hassan guy, the trainer, he's 10% at Laurel with a 2.71 ROI. And I could see this one maybe slipping in to the try. But the last couple of races have not been good. Something happened. This hasn't been the same horse since the layoff at the end of September, where it was running fast enough to win, and its numbers just they've evaporated. So I'm a little concerned about that one. And I want to say hi to Curtis. Hey, Curtis, happy Preakness Day. I'm also on the 7 try key, 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Yeah, I could see that working. And I could certainly see the 8 upending the 7. So what I'm going to do in this race, since we're getting close to post time, 10 minutes to post, is I'm going to do this. My suggested play, since I'm all over the place underneath for the third spot. Or 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. Let me see the exact box prices. I just go with my top 2 here. 7, 8, 14 for $1. 8, 7, 23. I feel very comfortable with that play. So let me get that play in here, and then I'm going to post it. Exacta box. The 1 and 2 do have speed. That 10 is a little interesting at 36 to 1. But he's going to go. He has speed inside of him. So we'll want to do that. Verdine. Hey, Verdine. How's it going? Good morning, Coach. Have a great, happy Preakness Day. May the horse be with you. Ice water in the veins. Exactly, Verdine. Thank you very much. May the horse be with you as well. Let me get my play out here. And this way you know where I'm at. Race 1. Exacta box 7, 8. I think the 8 can upend the 7. So let me get that in. Take care of a couple of things, and we'll get this day started here. 14 races today. So let's get it in there. And a few double players. Who do I like in race 2? 741. 741. Race 2. Okay, let me put that up here so you can see this. I'm almost tempted to go 2 instead of that 9. And I'll tell you how I'm going to use these when I get back. Let me save this. This way you have it, okay? Before post, and I'll have the others. So we'll get this day off here. They're going to be racing all 14 races. Make sure these are correct. Yeah. I like the 1A better in race 2, but that one's scratched out. He would have been my top choice. And race 3, 4, 5, 3. Okay, let's get this done. Good luck today. We got this. Where are you watching it live today? Do they have a Preakness live stream somewhere? Hey, Cameron. I see the races on my ADW. Let me see if there's a Preakness live channel. I don't know, but I'll check. Maybe there's a Laurel stream. There's a guy running a show here, but it doesn't look like he's showing the races. It's you got to have a special copyright permission to show them. Okay. Okay. I'll look into that, but as of right now, I don't see a live stream going. But Cameron, if you have an ADW, you can. If it's on TV, I will let you know. Okay, back in a bit. Those are my selections here, and you see my selections for the first 3 races, and I'll give you my actual selections for those as well. But let's get it done today. Good luck, everybody. All right, let's bring this bad boy home. Now I see some. I want to welcome everybody aboard here. Okay, 8 minutes to post. This is not a race to go crazy with. Call me Andy, number one. My first choice would have been Blue Kingdom, the 1A scratched. Call me Andy does have early speed. I preferred the 7, believe it or not. Actually, 12 scratched. 12 scratched. Yeah, it was the other one I liked. 7 and 4. Now 3, Wicked Divine taking money here. As far as the last race, it was 2-7. 2-7-5. 8 did nothing. I don't see the 10 around. The home team won. Okay, local track. We'll be aware of that today. You know, you got these horses that run at Laurel all the time. They say it's a unique track. George. All right. Thanks, George. Good luck, George. And Nerwin. Hey, Nerwin, thanks for joining us. Good luck today. And Ants, you got your answer there. Good luck today. Okay. Joshua. Okay. First at Laurel. Caddy. Good luck, Caddy. And Jerry. Want to say hi to Jerry. Good luck today, Jerry. We got the coffee going. And Chicken Hawk. Hey, Chicken Hawk, let's get it done. And Cameron, good luck. Yeah, all right. Let's see. We're coming up 8 minutes to post. I do want to look at this here. I'm thinking maybe a double with 7 and 4 into the 3 I like in the next race. I'm not going to go crazy early. I really don't like this race, race 2. The one horse looks like the controlling speed now. And now I do want to go down to number 7 in race 2. You know, 5 comes off a really big race here at Laurel. Band Camp. I've got the trainer change. I probably will go off, making a little adjustment here. How many minutes to post? You know, when you look at it again, yeah, 5 was scratched. Yeah, we got burned here. I rod now on 4 Band Camp. Four runs very good at Laurel. Very good at Laurel, especially at the end of last year. Salzman teams up with Irod Ortiz. Not done yet, folks. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go off the picks that I have here. I like Wicked Divine also. Go back to Wicked Divine for a minute. Comes off a very big race here as a 4-year-old. Seems well rested. Is 1-2 straight. You know, I just want to check the pace figures here. Six furlongs, optional claim. Since we're getting some prices, I'm going to go this way. Make sure I'm getting a price. They're all coming down. 4 minutes to post. Go down to Wicked Dean. Dean delivers. Now that one has some speed. Another hometown horse. Did make adjustments to my scrolling picks here on the top. I prefer 4-3-7 now. With the scratches, I'm really not on the one. Dean delivers. A nice horse. I prefer others. Way outside. Hasn't won in a long time. Okay. Just look ahead to the next race for a second. Maybe I'll do a double here. Next race is kind of interesting. It's next race is a difficult race. Let's get it done here. Okay. Here's my play. I'm not doing a double into the next race. Next race looks very difficult. Okay, let's go this way. Dean Delivers does have some good qualities. Does get Jose Ortiz. Has run fast at this track in the past. Gets back on the dirt. Last time was on a muddy track. The last time, 2 times he ran were on a muddy track here, but he has delivered some solid performances here for Robert Bales. And Jose Ortiz rides for Bales. They're 1-for-1 together. 1 minute to post. Curtis, 4 with 1, 3, 7, 9, 10. Good luck, Curtis. I just want to see something. Okay. Getting close to post. Elaine, how's it going, Elaine? Good luck today at Preakness Day. Good afternoon. It's still the morning here. Okay. Four sitting at 7-2. I like that. No problem with 4 on top here. 7 now is actually bet down to 7-2 as well. Number 1, call me Andy, Jamie Ness. At 9-2, the better of the 1-1A combo scratched out here. Blue Kingdom. He's going to be posted way outside. Interesting scratch in one of the big turf races, a 7-5 shot today. Dresden Row scratches out. That's the race with Fort Washington and company. Race 2 here on Preakness Day. So what do you think? Who do you like in the Preakness? I think that's going to be a good race. You know, I'm really looking at a couple of horses here. You got the Brittany Russell with her husband Sheldon Russell riding. Taj Mahal has never lost before. And I believe that one can rate. In his first race, career maiden race, he came from last to first in a big stretch run. And he's undefeated in 3 tries. And of course, in the last couple of races, he went to the front, never looked back, wired the field both times. But he's going to be facing a big early speed with Napoleon Solo, the 10 horse. I think it's going to be one of those two, but I'm not going to just use 2. I think Incredible, you know, if the speed breaks down, he's the one. He's shown that he could do it, come off the pace. And, of course, Bill Mott's son. I'm looking for another one, though. I don't know if I trust Chip Honcho in a race like that. And what's that other horse? The 2 horse, the one that's a maiden, Aselli. I don't know if I want that one. I'm thinking maybe Iron Honor, who's going to be a price. At least right now, they're showing him on the board at 8-1, open 9-2. Number 14, Pretty Boy Maya, Jeremiah Engelhardt. And that one, Pretty Boy Maya, that's named after Jeremiah Engelhardt. Jeremiah, Pretty Boy Maya, Engelhardt. Ricardo Santana Jr. riding for Engelhardt. I got, okay, Preakness double. Curtis, $20 Black-Eyed Susan double with Taj Mahal. Great job. I think Taj Mahal is my top choice in that race. And Cherie DeVoe, first woman trainer to win the Kentucky Derby. And now Brittany Russell looking to become the first female jockey to a trainer to win the Preakness. Big year for women, female jockeys. If trainers, if Taj Mahal comes through, the horse has done nothing wrong. Okay, the 3 down to now 7-5. Did run the big last race. Is the 3 a bounce candidate? The track, Dave Rodman, he picks it 4-3-7-1. All right. Good luck, everybody. I have 4 over 3-7-10 exacta. I rod on the 4. Jose. Oh, shit. I got shot. Do I cancel this bet? Oh, shit. I don't have time to cancel it now. Do I have time? Scratch him? Scratch him. The horse isn't sound. Scratch him. I'm going to cancel that bet, I think. Let me see. Do I have time to cancel this? You know, we're all set to start the race, and now this happens. Hopefully the horse is all right, and Jose is okay. Jose set to ride Chip Honcho. I got to think, yeah, Ken's going to be scratched. He's out of there. Are you kidding me? They're going to let him run? Well, I didn't scratch it. Big deal if I lose with that too. So basically 4 over 3-7 now. Rarely do I see a horse do something like that and then run well. 7 got out horrible. The one, we know the one was going to show speed here. Call me Andy. Wicked Divine 8-1. Freeze the Fire is a 4-1 shot now. Uncle Cat coming. And they straighten for home. Come on, Irod. Don't hang on me, man. Irod Ortiz. You bet this guy, he never comes through. Bet against him, he wins every time. 3-4 exacta, what's going to pay? What's that going to pay? Yeah, $20 for $2. Very quietly. Seeing a pattern here. I know it's too early to find a pattern, but I will mention this. Oh, the Laurel horses are running well today. Patricia, good luck today. Thanks for joining us. Three is a very tricky race. So 2 in the books, 12 to go here on Preakness Day. All right, race 3 coming up. We'll be back in a bit, refreshing the coffee. Get set for race 3. Okay, if you're enjoying, welcome to Preakness Day here. Happy Preakness Day. Welcome to Horse Racing Plus. I'm Alan, your host. Many of you know me as Al. You know, it's a mixed bag. About half the people I know call me Al, or they have Alan. You know, both work. Anyway, welcome aboard on to race 3. Now, this is a little bit of a difficult race. Let me bring this up. Let's see. We might have some weighing in here. We have the chat. Hey, our Rod is a chump. Unbelievable, right? Can you win with this guy? Yeah, you can, but it just seems long legs. Hey, long legs Diane, just getting on, not much going on. They are redoing Pimlico racetrack. Yeah, it's supposed to be, they're setting it up. It's supposed to be done by next year. They're saying they're making it a year-round track. Interesting. Good luck today, Diane. Arrive. Hey, Abdul, good luck today. Al, I have to fix something to eat. I'll be listening in, but have a lot today catching up on around the apartment. Neighbor has been sick. I need to check in on them. Very, all right. Hope they feel better. Very cool of you. Enjoy lunch, I guess, or late breakfast or brunch. Enjoy. Good luck today, Diane. Now, this is how many minutes to post? What are we looking at? 16 minutes to post. Looks like I landed on the chalks here. So far, a Laurel horse has won the first couple. This is a tricky track. And that's one of the reasons I like Taj Mahal. It's 3 for 3 on the track. You got the connections that have unbelievable percentages. You know, my thing is I don't know if I'd want to see Taj Mahal run with Napoleon Solo, who is just a big pace edge, and he's just going to be catch me if you can. And I think he has a shot. I think it's going to be either Taj Mahal or Napoleon Solo. You know, I'm looking for, you know, another horse or two to add. You know, it's a mixed bag underneath, you know. Iron Honor, do you really like that one? You know, Ashley Mallow, one of the track analysts here, she likes 5.396. And Ron Nicoletti weighing in. Gulfstream guy, 4.5610. Interesting. Let's see how they look in the paddock. Body language. See who looks comfortable. 5 looks real good. What? Okay. Six now is on the board at 5-2. Let me look at these horses. Let's talk about these horses. Race 3. Big fields today, challenging card. Maiden special weight. All right. Mile on turf. Tricky race. We got some horses that are strictly, mostly dirt horses or dirt turf horses. Number 1 Limo, just recently gelded, on the board at 5-1, open 5-2. Michael Stidman and a good jock here, 24. Hazelwood, 24% at Laurel. Margie's Last. This one has been running. Another one recently gelded, number 2, all races on dirt. Number 3, Brittany Russell gets Jose Ortiz up, making its first start on turf. When she goes dirt to turf, she's 19% with a 19% winning percentage and 2.62 ROI. And first time turf, 17% with a 2.26 ROI. Brittany teams with Jose Ortiz. They're 3 for 10 together, 30%. But Brittany is just unconscious at Laurel, where she, with 1,691 mounts, wins 29% of the time. I mean, these are numbers that you don't even see a Jamie Ness reaching anymore. You know, Baffert, he's around there, but she owns this place. Number 4, Master Sommelier, and that's the one I like best. Tyler Gaffalione out of Tappet. Has run at Keeneland, coming in 7th in a maiden special weight. Ran better than it looked. Tyler Gaffalione up. I don't know. Now, here's the other one. Graham Motion puts Irad Ortiz up on top of Scanner, number 5, a first-time starter. Graham Motion, 1,500 races at Laurel. He wins 18%. With Irad Ortiz, there's 17% with first-time starters. First-time starters, he is 13% in the maiden special weight 3-year-olds. Scanner. My third choice is number 3. That's the Brittany Russell horse. I'm, out of Liam's map. First time start on turf. Only one start before. Finished second at Colonial on dirt. Is there another one that could do some damage in here? You have number 9, Ocean Sound, another first-time starter. You see, this is not my kind of race where you have surface switchers, first-time starters. Ocean Sound, that first-time starter, number 9, sitting at 15 to 1 from opening at 30 to 1. Hey, Jerry, you got this. Good luck today. Three. Hey, Johan. 614. Let's talk about that 6, Johan. This one's taking money. Andrid. Good luck today, Andrid. Beautiful photo there. Thanks for joining us. Number 6, Muni Problem. I saw that. It really didn't jump out at me. It has run here at Laurel, gets blinkers on for Michael Trombetta, and he gets a solid jockey out here, Miguel Sanchez. He practically owns Parks, but he's 18% at Laurel. Let's take a look at the pace scenario of this race. Nice numbers, not as fast as the others. I just see 4 as being real tough to beat unless the 5 upsets them. Or Margie's last. First turf. A horse that does have some fast turf races is Limo. And now he gets gelded. Number 1, open to 5 to 2. Excellent jock up. Still looking to break through. Is maiden after 7 tries. I'm not crazy about that. I just assume go 4 or 5 and take my chances and lead off a pick 3. Next couple of races look very contentious. 7 minutes to post. How about Brittany Russell also has Drive By Johnny. It opened 12 to 1, currently 18 to 1. Let's take a look at Drive By. Number 10. First time Lasix, recently gelded, has one race at Parks. And it was horrible. Dropped far behind and trailed, no contact. I can't go there on this. Is out of more than ready. Is switching to the turf. Looking at the pace of this race. I mean, Tyler Gaffleone, just send him on the 4. I got to go back to the 2 again. Margie's last, 37 to 1. Yeah, this isn't really an exacta race for me. Let me look at some double prices here. I'm jumping ahead to race 6 minutes to post. I'm jumping ahead to race 4 for a second here, which is a stakes race. And there's only 7 entries. Okay, I see the deal here with this. You got 2 big speeds. Number 1, ridden by Santana Jr., and number 7, Moto, ridden by Irad Ortiz. I know Moto is the big speed, but I'm not crazy about the numbers. Now, 2 doesn't really have the early speed, but there's a few fast ones in here that can make some noise. One making his first Laurel start. And the 2, Passage East. Very dangerous horse. Knows how to win, that's for sure. Okay, I think I see my play here. Probables. Just wanted to look at the 7 again before I jump in. Sam Houston. Here's my play. Let me put this in right now while the iron's hot. Double, daily double here. Okay, let's put it in. 2 minutes to post. Race 3, daily double. They look like the standouts each race for me, and they're paying something. I might just put it in a straight double 4-2 here. I'm not gonna. The one that scares me a bit is the 5 Graham Motion with Irod. I think he's on him, sitting on the board at 4-1. The 6, I'm not concerned about the 6. And I'll do a small double, smaller double. 5 with 1-2. This way I'm not totally shut out. Wow. No. I'm just going to sit tight on this. 4-2. I'm not going to pick them all. I'll try and do a little sharp shooting here in these early races. This is a dangerous race. Armando. How's it going, Armando? Good luck today. Preakness Day. Curtis. 3 with 1, 4, 5, 6, and okay. Good luck, Curtis. 3's going to be dangerous too. I mean, you don't know what that horse is going to do now. Chicken Hawk. Hey, Big Al. Hey, Chicken Hawk. I'll be hanging around today. Yeah, let's make some money. Shot on the 10. Hey, the consultant. Shot on the 10. I was talking about that horse. That's an interesting horse. Good luck, the consultant. A lot of questions marked here. Brittany Russell. Yeah. I mean, if there's an interesting long shot in this race, I'm not going to use them, but I will mention them. I mentioned them briefly before. Yeah, I was looking at Margie's last, but the others look a little faster. Number 3, Brittany Russell. That one's going to be kind of dangerous. That's where we'll land. That's where we'll land. And as far as that 10 goes, another Brittany Russell, and it's recently gelded and gets first-time Lasix. You know, it didn't get a good start. Out of More Than Ready with Toledo, 18%. And the jockey, Brittany Russell and Toledo together, they won 31% of the time. And they're heading on to the turf. Okay. Crafty, let's go Muni money problem. Interesting horse. I think he has to improve, but, you know, taking money, there's the respect factor. Good luck, Crafty. I want to thank everyone for joining us today on Preakness Day. Today's coffee, Tim Hortons Coffee, Canada's favorite coffee. That's their catchphrase. Both winners out of races 1 and 2, horses that have run at Laurel before. Hey, Fleet Skipper. Good luck today. Money problem? Is it Muni problem or money problem? Is my pick. Taking money, and certainly Contender, with horses like this, definitely a shot. And what I did, I just played a straight double. No messing around. 5. If I was going to use another one, I would have used 5 Scanner with Graham Motion. Okay, they're loading up. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. May the horse be with you. I expect the 2 front runners to be, well, the ones with experience. It looks like it's going to be 1 and 4 going for the lead. 1's certainly possible. Has run faster, some fast races. 9, a first-time starter. Brittany Russell practically owns this place by the winning percentages. And the jockey trainer with her husband, who is that doesn't want to load? 5. That's usually not a good sign when they don't want to go in. They're hesitant like that, but let's see. I rod on the 5. Jose Ortiz on the 4. Here comes the 11. Good luck, everybody. May the horse be with you. Hey, the 4 is a gray horse. Well, as expected, we got the speeds out there. Limo is 9-2. Master Sommelier is 5-2. Scanner running at 5-1, the first-time starter. All right. Horse races on. Limo at 9-2, leading the way, and opened at 5-2. So not respected on the boards by the public. Let's see what happens, though. There's a long way to go. And there's that long shot I talked about, Margie's Last. Jeez. This looks like it's going to be an Ortiz brother finish here. Here comes the 6 starting to wind it up. Long shot running up the rail. Come on, man. Jose. Ortiz brothers letting me down. Limo. Why is the field? Oh, brother. Tough way to get knocked out of the double like that. Oh, that was Tyler Gaffleone. Oh, okay. It wasn't Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz was on the 3. I don't feel as bad now. He might not have even got second. Let me get some selections out here for you for the coming races. And we'll get caught up on these. This way you could start thinking about pick 3s. and I'll talk about these, give you my selections. Race 5. Glad I didn't spread with the 5 or anything. Boy, you know, the Brittany Russell horse. All right. You know, we'll add these as we go along here. You're going to see I have my main selections for 4, 5, 6, and 7. And then, of course, I'll talk about how I'll be using these. You know, this next race is tough. And the 5th race is even tougher. I have 7, 10, 6, but I also think 3 and 4 have a shot. And race. So we'll get these out here. And I'll be back in a bit. Okay. As we're approaching, it's still morning. Isn't it great when you have more racing in the morning like this? They start at 10:30. You could start making money before noon. It's not even money. It's not even noon yet. And hey, this is race 4 of 10. Now I have my selections going down below, and I'll be talking about race 4 when I come back. And let me just see. Anything changed? What was the finishing order? 1-3. It was Brittany Russell who snuck into second. Great job on the 1 limo. Got a nice price. What would the double pay if I used limo 1 with 2 next race? I will say I like 2 best next race. Oh, wow. Limo with 2. It's 17 to 1 odds. Wouldn't have been bad. You know, 4 was the favorite. 5 took money. 6 was taking money for a while. 10 came on taking money late. Good race. Good race. You know, it was entertaining. I've had 2 entertainings. I just missed now 2 races in a row. You know. But I'm in the ballpark and having a good time. All right. We'll be back in a bit. All right, let me get my selections out here for this race. We have 0 minutes. I clearly like the 2 to win this race, and at 8 to 5. I think 2-1 works. And 8 to 5, I'm just going to take the money at this point. I think we can get a 2 to 1 home, 2 to 1. And I'm comfortable with that. Let's catch up on the chat. 2 looks like a clear standout to me. I know 7 is Irod. I actually prefer the 6 over the 7. And the 3. I mean, the 3 is solid too. This is, my main selections here, 2, 1, 4, 7. I don't know if I want to do that. Julio, good luck, Julio. Thanks for joining us. Blazehow, good luck, Blazehow. Will this show the race? Don't have the rights to show the race. Don't have the rights to show the race, but I can cover it and give it to you live. Curtis, thanks for joining us, Blazehow. Let's get this done. 7 with 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 is safe, and 1 is safe. 1 and 7 are the speeds. For such a small field, it's a tight race. Try key 7 with 1, 2, 3, 4. I can certainly see that as a possibility. 1 and 7 have big speed. 4 has some speed as well. I just like 2 to win. This is one where the second place finish is going to be very tough to call. I wasn't crazy about the 3, Kappa Kappa with Johnny V. I think 1 has enough speed inside that they can go here in this race. The thing is, it's not really a Laurel horse, and it hasn't run in months. I don't feel 4. He's run at Churchill. If 7 just has so much speed, that's the thing. 3, Kappa Kappa, Giovanni. Good luck, Giovanni. Thanks for weighing in, and thanks for weighing in with all your picks. Blaze, thank you. Curtis, thanks for sharing your selections. Good luck. May the best horse win. They're loading up. I just expect a lot of speed to be on top, and I prefer the 2 in this race. Let's see. And this will be a story. Watch how the rail is playing. Watch how the outside is playing. Does the 1 run up and take the lead, or is the rail slow? They're a little bit off the rail. And how are the closers doing? Number 2, we expect the 2 to break behind the field. The expected speed goes 1, 4, and 7. Let's see how fast these fractions are. Number 7, Moto at 3 to 2. Number 2, Passage East, 8 to 5. I expect that one to win. Good luck, everybody. Ice, water in the veins. Yeah, 1 leading the way. Striker has a deal. 1 is my second choice. 22.47 opening quarter. One is moving nice. Two tracking as they head into the turn. It's going to be 1-4 or 4-1, really. Look at this. Well, you box my 4 horses, you get the try. It wouldn't have it would paid much, but 1-1-4. Holy crap. 2-1-4. Do I have the try straight or not 2-1-4? No, I don't have the third, but do I have the triple if you box these three? Does 2 catch 7? 3 is coming. Wow. I got the triple with my top 3 picks and the super with the dime. Now a 1-4 exacta. That's going to be over $100. Chelapathy, good luck today. All right, race 5 and 6. You see I have 5, 7, 7, 10, 6. And I think 3 and 4 are interesting in the next race. Be back in a bit. Okay, race 5. Race 5 in the 14 minutes to post. We got plenty of time. I'm just looking. I see number 10 now as my second choice in this race. Tough race. Three and 4 are outside shots who I don't really list in my top 3. Tide of Time, 9 is that did have a big race at Gulfstream. I mean, if you want a long shot who could sneak in here into your tries, I'd go 10 Buzz Away. And it's going to get a wide trip. He is a board hitter. And right now, Buzz Away is sitting on the board at 36 to 1. Gets a rider change to Toledo for Bales. Dangerous race. I want to go back to the 4. Yeah, 4 has to be respected. You know, the thing with this one, it had 2 vet scratches in February and March of last year, made 1 start here at Laurel for Graham Motion, and won. So they're being very careful with this one. So sorry. And I could see him moving forward in his next race out of Quality Road. And if you look at the pace of this race, it's 1 mile on turf. I Love Giraffes, number 3. That one's going to be quick. I don't see Safari, number 4, getting a lead. Hi, Will. Good luck today. Race 4. Yeah, it was 1-4-2-7. Good luck today. Diane just got back. Glad I'm not betting. Check results. Not feeling it. Not sure why. Don't feel bad. I'm down $10 today. But I've been very careful through the first few, and I've been close each time. Better races ahead. And you go on to say, if tracks decide on changing surfaces, I won't be playing a lot of tracks, taking away dirt races for phony surface tracks. Well, yeah, it's a lot of people feel that way, and others hang in there and they try and adjust. You know, it's all a matter of choice. I actually have 10 as my second choice, and he's on the board at 30-something to 1. Let's look at the pace. I mean, Buzz Away to get in the try. The thing is going to be to get the other ones home. You know, 12 is certainly dangerous. Now I'm going to look for long shots here and try something. 12, 10. All right. Don't try this at home. Jamie Niss, Synergism. Serenity Song, number 5. 3's coming in light, 116 pounds. Paco Lopez. I want to look at the 7, Mambo Queen. Brittany Russell with the husband out of Mendelssohn, 9-2. Let me look at Mambo Queen again. You know, even Determined Princess, number 11, ran big last race. Wide open race, Determined Princess, 11-1. This is the race where something's going to happen. So I'm going to jump ahead to race 6. See if I can get something home. Race 6, I have 4 on top. Reagan's on a scratched, the Cherie DeVos horse. Eight minutes to post. I'll be back in a bit. This is a very tough race. Very tough race. Very tough race. And the next race is kind of tough. You know, it's going to boil down to me here with this. Number 6. It's going to be tough. This is as wide open as they come. You know, everyone's going to be betting the 4 next race, so that's not really a good race. So you got to make it happen here if you're going to play something. So what I might do is the flip exacta. Five minutes to post. 5 minutes to post. Let me look at the pools. Who's taking all the money? 9 is taking a lot in the place pool. And I don't have that one at all. Let's look at the will pays. You know, the 3 is taking the money, and the 7. Christopher, how's it going? Good luck today, Christopher. Excellent point, Diane. The pick, I looked for that today. It's 50 cents all the way through. Now I'm going to put my play in here. Let's try this. I'm looking at the pace again, going back to the pace, because I see a lot of horses are competitive in here, even ones that are long ones. Now this is a mile. Mambo Queen. Mambo Queen. See how this one does it. Oh. Even the 1 isn't bad. Nick's Notion. How do you choose 1? One minute to post. Am I going to pass here? All right, here's the play. Now, this is a bit of a spread exacta, but we're going to do it. This is $12. And I'm pretty comfortable with this because we have some prices in there underneath. All right, race 5. Let's get it done here. Brittany has Ortiz riding the 8 horses live. Let's look at your 8. Yeah, certainly live. I can't pick them all by the charts I'll look at and use. I prefer others. The one who I'm leaving out who is good is Tide of Time, but I really think Buzzaway, number 10, can get on the board here and even get second at a price. Let's see, can't pick them all. That's my play. And they're marching towards the starting. Now, remember, I Love Giraffes is getting spotted weights, gets Paco Lopez. It's stretching out from 5 furlongs to a mile. Did want its maiden going away. The one that's really dangerous is a 6. If I was going to say there's the two long shots on the board, and even number 1 is dangerous here. Okay, they're getting in. I do have the husband and wife team, number 7 on top also, Mambo Queen. Brittany Russell and her husband, Sheldon Russell. Brittany Russell looking to become the first woman trainer to win a Preakness. We just come off the Cherie DeVaux victory. This could be the year of the female trainer. You know, if Brittany, if Cherie DeVaux wins the Derby, the Belmont Stakes, and Brittany Sheldon wins the Preakness, they'd sweep the Triple Crown. My favorite, the one I like best is Taj Mahal in that race, but it's going to be a spread race. It's tough. Some good closers, a lot of speed. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. There goes the 8, Diane. So Darn Pretty leading the way. I'm watching for my 10 here. Some bombs up front. Mile race. 7 racing just behind mid-pack. Husband and wife duo. I think 4 is very dangerous, but let's see. 4 is on the board at 3-1. 3 is starting to move a bit. No sign of 7 and 10 yet. All right, I like how it's shaking out here so far. $80 to 1 shot leading the way. I'm still very relaxed. Here comes Brittany Russell, and here comes that 6 at a big price. All right, who do we get home? I Love Giraffes, number 6, 7-1 over a 5-1. Okay, we get our first hit. We did get 6 coming in third at 15-1. Love it. Winner Paco Lopez on the board. Mambo Queen second. Oh, wow, that was 11? Oh, they're showing the board. They're showing. Finishing order 3, 7, 6. All right, so we get the exacta home. What's this going to return for 12 bucks? $53. All right, so I just made 40 bucks on that. Okay, good. Paradise, one of my grandpa's horses, is racing in the 8, Haley's First Notion. I saw that horse and it jumped out at me. Now I'm going to be talking about that one in a bit. In the 8th, good luck to your grandpa and to you. I'm sure you've been putting something on it. Let me just look at Haley's First Notion. And my niece is named Haley. Spelled the same way. Okay, let me see this. Race 8. Let's take a look. That's in the Maryland. Yes, 7-2 shot. And that is 6 furlongs on dirt. There are a couple scratches. Race 8. So we're on the board. We get our first hit of the day. Suddenly puts us up for the day. All it takes is 1. You know, I should have bet it for a couple of bucks. I bet it for $1 and made 50. I made 40, 41 to be exact. For $2, that's over $100, that exacta. Yeah, I spread. I went 3 over 5. Race 8. Let's talk about it. Okay, 6 furlongs. Bring the smoke. Number 3 is going to be tough. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, this horse loves this track. Yeah, I could see that. I think Haley's First Motion, Gary Capano, Jose Vargas up. Jose is 18% at Laurel, and when he teams up with Capano, Gary Capano, they're 2 for 2. They've won both races, and not with short ones either. They have a 550 ROI, and Capano, he's 19% at Laurel, and he's almost has 1,700 races. No, this one has the speed figures. Just wondering if there's somebody else that can challenge this one. Celtic Contender. Slam Motion is going to be tough. Number 8. That's a bang-up race. That's going to be a hell of a race. You got a lot of speed up front here in this race. You know, that might set up for Slam Notion. The horse is named after my sister, but the horse is a boy. All right. Slam Notion, I'm pretty sure, is the mother of Haley's first notion. That's going to be a tough race. But I do like your 4-horse best. That one's going to be very tough. But that's going to be, that's going to be a very tough race. Slam Notion. Now that's a 6 furlong. Slam Notion is
What's that now?
Jose Ortiz is on Faust. That's going to be a tough race. All right, so suddenly we jump up 30-something bucks for the day, just like that. Get some today, Al. Stuart, thanks. Good luck. Good luck, Stuart. Thanks for joining us. Good luck today on Preakness Day. The Buttonist. How do you see a racing form these days? Well, they have their website, drf.com. You can order them from there, or you could use Brisnet. I use Brisnet and Thorograph these days. In Paradise, one thing about Haley's first notion, he doesn't, good luck, the Buttonist. He doesn't push himself too much, which is good. Okay, drf.com, that's the site. You know, I just put a link to it, and you can get the racing form from there. All right, how many minutes to post? Race 6, 22 minutes to post. We're looking good on time. Yeah, the 4 is, 1 to 4. That's why I didn't want to do it this way. You know, let me hit something, move on. And this is not my idea of a betting race. You know, you got it, the Buttonist. Let me set this up here. And this card is this 14 race card, challenging card. This is the day, if you can do it, you know, spread a little bit. That's the best I could say. Long legs, Diane. Diane. I want to get to your other, get to your other comment. I'm just wondering, I'm not playing anything today. Okay. I didn't play anything yesterday, believe it or not. You know, I said, let me pass on this. I wasn't crazy about the card. I know it had the Black-Eyed Susan, and the horse I expected to win won. I mean, so there was, I think there are much better opportunities today. But what I love about this is you got the 50, Diane, like you said, they have the 50-cent pick 3 all the way through. This is not the race to play. The 4 looks like a standout. Reagan's on a scratched. And I'm not really crazy about this card. Dale aren't you paying good with the 4? I didn't play the double. I just played the, well, it was 3-7. You're using the pick 3. I don't like it because it's going to be 1 to 5. You're not going to get a price. Okay, race 6 coming up. Be back in a bit. You see my main picks in race 6. I'll get the other races out there. Let me add race 7 out there for you and race 8, okay? And this way you have an idea. If you're putting together a pick 3 while I'm away, I'll put my selections race 7. Four, 6, 5. Race 8. Set you up here for a few races in advance. 4, 3, 8. My big play is probably going to be a pick 4 in heading in race 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so let me get these out here. You know, for those looking ahead, make sure they're correct before I step away. In this race, I don't think the 4 is 100% lock, actually. 6, 4, 3, 5, 7, 4, 6, 5, 8, 4, 3, 8. Wow, 4s are wild here, folks. So basically, for the next 3 races, I have 4 winning. Okay, back in a bit. Preakness Day. Welcome aboard, everybody. I'm Alan, or Al, as many of you know me, host of Horse Racing Plus. Okay, we got an exacta home last race. We're up for the day now suddenly. That's all it takes, one race. But now we're still focusing. And the thing now is this race. I don't like this race. I don't want to play a race where there's going to be like a 1-4 shot. And the last I saw, the 2-5 shot, Brad Cox, Irod Ortiz. Now that horse is not exactly a lock either. I thought the 6 was an interesting long shot here. Let me take a look at the 6. You know, do you put the 6 underneath the 4? Do you put it on top? Well, I don't know if I go that far. You know, maybe 2. Or 3 second. I mean, number 2 did run a decent race at Laurel. You know, this 4 final story is really not jumping out at me that much. Stretching out for Brad Cox, Irod Ortiz. I'm not in love with this horse. Let me go back to the 6. Let's look at the pace. And now the big scratch here was the 7-5 shot Reagan's Honor. Cherie DeVoe. Now that Reagan's Honor was horrible in the last race. Point Avon, that's a big closer. 4 is probably the speed, though he didn't go fast last race at 7 furlongs, 24 and change. Number 5, Falcon Jet from the West Coast. Point Avon. The 3, Let's Go Lando. Laurel horse. No can get the distance. What are the odds on 3? 5-1. Yeah, it's a second choice. Well, co-second choice. For example, a 4-3 exacta here. You're talking 4-1. 4-6, 22-1. You know, 6 is on the board at 22-1. And I can't, that would be pure gambling, actually, to use the 6 for second. Because there are other horses clearly faster than the 6. But the one that can beat the 4 is the 3. If you go back to that race, you know, number 2, Big Cuddle, has a second and 2 first, Gary Capano. Now, the trainer and jockey of the 2 horse, Big Cuddle, get this, out of 115 races together, they win 42% of the time. Now, if you go to the 3, Let's Go Lando, that one can, you know, has a race at Laurel back in February that can even win this race. Gary Capano has the 2 and the 3 horse. And he's teamed with Paco Lopez on the 3, who's coming out of a really nice race. Now, that's the one that's proven at the distance. Probably the class of the field. Falcon Jet. Brittany Russell and Sheldon. You know, these are all horses. Now, Point Avon has won 2 in a row for Michael Trambetta, and this one keeps improving and has won 2 straight at this track. So what I'm thinking of doing here, okay, 1 minute to post. Let's do it this way. All right, let's see. Do we have a superfecta bet in this race? I don't want to do that. Let's go here. Let's go pick 3. 4 with it's a pass race for me. It's a pass race. I can't do this. I'm not going to throw away money. I could make some good bets with this. Race 6, you know. I think the 6 is the interesting one that maybe you can get a little something. Hang on, 435. I'm sorry. You know, no bet on this race. Maybe I would bet 4 over 2, 3, 5, 6 dime super and hope for the 6 to come in second, just to, you know, bet on something. But I don't see this as a good value bet here in this race. All right, let's see what happens here. Good luck, everybody. Better races ahead, much better races ahead. All right. This race, let's see. You know, I don't know. There are some interesting horses. The 3 and the 6 are interesting, longer ones by a bit. But, you know, the 6 especially runs well here at Laurel. Good luck. May the horse be with you. I'm keeping an eye on that 6 horse. I know I have 3, 5. 3 is the one that could probably beat the 4 if you go back to its race, you know, 2, 3 back. I expect the 6 to start coming up. There he goes. Now 1 is coming. Now the 6 doesn't have it. Now the question is the 4. Big Cuddle. He hasn't measured. Two. Who's on the 2? Great Notion. Gary Capano. 5 to 1 shot. And the Laurel specialist wins. Tell you, this place is, and the Laurel jockey wins. Hazelwood, 24 to 1. Outbids Final Story, the big shot Brad Cox, and the big shot Irad Ortiz. The local guys win. Wow. Wow. I didn't bet on this. Thank heavens I didn't. Even in my top 3, I didn't get the winner home there. I didn't like the race. I didn't like the odds. I didn't like anything about it. We move on to race 7. Big races coming up. All right. You know, there's always another race. You don't have to bet on every race. You don't even have to bet every day. There's always another day, always another race. If you look at the racing form, you could usually find something. You know, you say, okay, I'll look at this. I'll handicap the 9 races on this card. Where are a few races where I could make something happen? And just go with those, you know. That's the case here with me. I passed on 2, 3 races today. I'm up today for the day on the basis of 1 exacta hit in the last race. So all it takes is 1. Be patient, enjoy the races, pick your spots. You know, if you're not up to doing the work and looking into it for a day, pass and play when you feel like you see something good. Okay, back in a bit. Thanks for, being here, everybody. A lot of races to go. 8 races left, including the Preakness. Okay. 5 minutes to post, race 7. Obliteration. My top choice is 3 to 5. Oh, got to catch up on the comments. Good question, Diane. I'm kind of scared of the pick 4 heading into the Preakness because I think we're going to get a very low-priced horse in there. And they can both be played for 50 cents. And I see possibly the 11th and 12th as potential spread races. I don't like this race for a pick 3. I'll tell you that right now. I got to look at the 9th. I'll let you know. We got time. Hey, Valen, good luck today. Mauricio. Hey, great picture there. Good luck today. I'm not playing Gulfstream. I haven't looked at it. Diane, racing, I think it's mostly the trip you get. Yes, get 4, I thought was the best horse. That seems it didn't work. He actually wasn't the best horse. Best connections. Cox and Irod, I think they took the money. Juan, good luck today. Race 13, Juan, beautiful picture there. Good luck today. Race 13, I like Taj Mahal. I like that one best. I don't like Chip Honcho. I do like Napoleon Solo. He has the big early speed. 12, I like a little bit, but I'm looking at 2 other long shots, so stay tuned. Good luck today, Juan. Thanks for joining us. Alan, am I late for the Preakness? No, the Preakness is at 7 o'clock in 5 hours. Good luck today, Alan. Not yet, Alan. What time is the race? The race, Chicken Hawk, is at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock Eastern time. How many minutes to post here? I got 3 minutes to post. I'll get to the chat, but I'll get to this race first. Race 7, Obliteration. I like 6, second best, 7 to 2. Already, I don't like this. These are not the races to play. You know, Obliteration, race 7. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Obliteration. This triple might pay $5. Top Manipulator, number 7, might be interesting. A Laurel horse from Timothy O'Keefe with Forrest Boyce. Let's look at the odds on the 7. 20 to 1. That might be your show horse. Number 7. Let me look at the pace of this race. Magic Wallet. Bring the smoke. Oh, that's the next race. Let me look at the speed on number Magic Wallet. Only has a 3% jock, 8% jock. A jockey that's won like 6-7 races out of 129 tries. Let me look at Magic Wallet. You know, 7. See if there's some magic we could make out of this. Obliteration is, 4-6. Shane's Wonder. This is not going to pay much. Um, and this is a pass race for me too. I'm not taking the easy way out. I just don't like the odds. They're all favorites. Race 7. I'll just give you my picks here. 4, 6, 5. I am not betting on this race. Better races ahead. Much better races ahead. Even for the pick 3, it's not worth it. Not worth the aggravation. It's not worth the payoffs. So how they do 4. Obliteration is taking half of the show pool. Shane's Wonder, the 6, you might get a couple bucks back for place. Top Manipulator. 7 is the one if you want to mess around a little bit. Top Manipulator. It's a Laurel horse. Very honest horse. Yeah. Top Manipulator is, interesting place horse. Shane's Wonder, he's going to be tough. Parks horse, undefeated. You could want to go 4, 6 straight. What's that going to pay? you know, 4-1. I'll do it this way. If you want to play a try, you know, play 4-6 straight, 4-6 straight over 5-7. You know, I'll do that for $1 just to play games a little bit here. Okay, let's do it. Let's do a 50-cent try. All right, just you know, show something here. I'll go 4, 6, 5, 7 for third. That's $1. Just for a little, you know, a little fun here. Maybe get the 7 in there. This costs $1. You know. All right, we'll try something. Yeah, 4, 6, and either 5 or 7 for third. It should be 4, 6 straight, unless it's 6, 4. But 4 has such a big pace edge. You know, for 50 cents, it cost me $1 just to, you know, see what the hell happens. Because I got the 7 horse at 21-1, who would be third. And I can see the 7 beating the 5. I know it's Irod Ortiz. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. On Preakness Day, this race would conclude half the 14-race card. We've been here since the beginning. 6 furlongs, $150,000 stakes. The Sir Barton Stakes. Obliteration, big early pace edge with Jose Ortiz and Steve Asmussen. The 6, Miguel Sanchez, Alfredo Vasquez. This horse has done nothing wrong. This may not be as simple as you think. And that 7, even the 8, Magic Wallet. I should have probably thrown that in 50 cents for third, 38 to 1 shot. Good luck, everyone. Let's see what happens. Does the 4 go to the front? No. Oh, that came as a surprise to me here. I didn't see this coming. And my 7 is up there too. Fine. Holy crap. We have a horse race. We have a horse race. Miguel Sanchez, the Parks Wizard. And 4, surprisingly running back. He's saving ground on the rail, 22.54. Here comes the 4. Now he's engaging. Or is he? Now we need the 6 to hang on for second, which he's not going to do. And we get nailed at the wire, I think, by the 5. Let's see that replay. Holy crap. Can you believe this? Okay, the 4 got it done. No problem there. It's amazing how they just get there in time to break it up. Let's see. 4, 6, and then either 5 or 7. Okay, 6 on the inside. I think the 6 might have got there. I think we might have hit the $1.50 try. But oftentimes the outside post, there's a weird camera angle, and even if it looks like it's a little behind the other one, it turns out to actually be in front. What do you think? What's the finishing order here? Dave, does this show the races? No. Yeah, you can't do it. It's copyrighted by the racetracks, the official, the racetracks, the streaming services, the betting services. I tried that like 4 years ago when I first started this channel, and I got a complaint. They said, you're not allowed to do that. So I was like, oh, yeah, other people have, get the same complaint. But I used to do that in the beginning for a little while, for the first few weeks. And they saw that. They keep an eye on that stuff. Otherwise, Dave, I would. But, I'll give you my picks for all the races. And thanks for joining us. Good luck today. No, Dave, if you have TV, you can watch it. Yes, Diane. Thank you. Vanessa. Good luck today, Vanessa. Beautiful photo. 4651. Oh, did the 6 get it? Okay, I got the triple. Will I get my dollar back? That's the question. 1 gets third. I was looking for that 7 to sneak in there. For 50 cents, given the 4 was 3 to 5 and the 6 was 5 to 2, I might not even get my dollar back. I might lose like a quarter on this freaking win. Imagine hitting. Well, it's my second win of the day, so I'll take it. Hope some of you had it too. But the big races are coming up, and that's the story. And I actually had that cold there in the 7th. You know, I was going to pass on that race, and, you know, I gave it out straight. I'm the big winner, the big winner. How much does a 50-cent try pay? Nice run by the 6, by the way. Jose Ortiz. Now, if you can believe this, I heard today that they only had a maximum attendance. They only allowed 1,400 people into the track today to watch these races. A Preakness race, 1,400 people. We'd have to check the attendance, but look, the horses all sweated up. Had to work for that one. And this horse showed a different dimension. You know, you figured this one would have been out front winging it alone and actually was running second, third, and had to work for it at the end. Very fortunate to get out of there this race. All right, so we've reached the halfway point, on to the second half. And this is the fun part, because now we're going to get the big races, the stakes races, the bigger stakes races, pick 4, late pick 4 time. Now the question is, does the late pick 4 work from the 10th to the 13th? All right, I'll tell you what I made on this thing. I bet $1 and I got back $4.65. So I made $3.65. Well, that was a pretty easy $3.65 for $1. You know, I'll take that. Thanks, Diane. Seal. What's up, Seal? Watching from work. The better races are ahead. Okay, so there is a late pick 4, Diane, that begins in race 10. Let me just check this. And race 10, Dresden Row, the 7-5 favorite, is scratched. So that makes that kind of easier. Yes, there was the pick 4 there. All right. All right. Race 8 coming up. And in race 8, you know, I do want to mention here, keep an eye on this one. And this is my top choice. Paradise YT mentions one of my grandpa's horses is racing in race 8, Haley's First Notion. And race 8, that's the next race, Haley's First Notion. And on the board at 9-2, I think that's pretty dangerous. And I have the 3 as my second choice, Faust, and that's 7-2. And race 8, number 8, my third choice, Slam Notion, 4-1. So that goes off in 27 minutes. So I'm going to have to think about this. So good luck, Paradise YT, to you, your grandpa, the connections, the family, and, enjoy it. Let's win this race. Yeah, Haley's First Notion, number 4. And riding this one is Jose Vargas, currently 9-2. Let me update this. All right. Race 8 coming up. And we are going to be taking a look at a few things here. I got to get more coffee. I actually brewed a whole nother pot. So we're going to take a look at these coming races as we head towards the back end of this card. A fantastic card. So we'll be back in a bit. All right, second half of this card is going to begin. And now we're going to start to have some fun. Minutes to post, 14 minutes to post, race 8. Wow, I'm surprised 4 is on the board at 9-2 and 8 is on the board at 4-1. You know, let's take a look at these. My top 3 are, 4, 3, 8. And let me get some of my picks out there, for the rest of this card, okay? So we can work off of that. Let me fill in the blanks. We got plenty of time here, 14 minutes. I'll get my picks out there for the other races. Just in advance, because you might be wanting to play pick 3s and you want to know who I like in these races coming up, like race 9, the next race. I already have my picks for the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th. I don't have my 14th race picks out there yet, and that's the one I still have to really look over, and I want to look over the 9th real quick. And we'll get to the 8th in a second, because I think I feel pretty good. I'm pretty confident with the 4 horse in this race. That would be my horse I'd use, especially in exacta boxes. Oh, race 9, by the way, is it's a $100,000 turf race. And in the 9th, I'm talking about the 9th for a second. I like 4, 3, 8 in this race. Okay, so I'll get that out there right now, so you know who I like in this race. Now I might change off this. Okay, I don't think I'll change off the 4. 8 is a player in this race. All right, I want to take a look at the 9th, because 9th is going to be 55 minutes away, and the 8th race right now, they're starting to spread them out. 12 minutes. Okay. Race 9. Now these I need to double check. We do have a scratch. Zanal, number 3, Irod would have been on that horse. 1 mile on turf in the James W. Murphy Stakes. $100,000 race. Let's talk about it. Zanal would have been dangerous. I think they were hoping the race would be knocked off the turf, because then that horse would have been a monster. Johnny V on a solid horse. Number 5, Turf Star. Wow. 5 and 6, both from Graham Motion. Race 9. I got to look at the pace. All right, we got this. I'm looking for a Laurel horse. Seems like the Laurel horses are doing very well here today. We can't really claim that. My favorite bird, very clean horse. Number 1, Kent Sweezy, Flavian Pratt. 2 is a tough horse. Very big race on dirt at Sam Houston, 2 back. I'm looking at Proton, Graham Motion, Johnny V. Let's look at these odds here. Yeah, Proton 9-5. Race 9. The Babe Slayer. I'm not really on that 2-horse. Turf Star. I'm almost tempted to challenge the 5 with the 6, Turf Star. You know, last race was not good. Now, this is for 3-year-olds. This is a tough race. The thing about the 2, the Babe Slayer, Asmussen, it seems to be winning every other race. It's always on the board, but it has run well on turf. Let's look at the pace. How many minutes to post? Okay. You know, for the 8th race. 7 minutes. Okay, and then I'll get the rest of the picks out there up until the Preakness Stakes. Adderfield. Let me look at Adderfield, number 4. They're a very tightly knit bunch. They're all good. I'm going to lead with 6, followed by 5. And the Babe Slayer. Let me go to the 2. You know, that one gets Jose Ortiz. You know, there's something about the Babe Slayer that's really tough. I think there's enough speed up front that the Babe Slayer grabs a piece, either first or second. You know, you're wondering what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Brisnet. I'm looking at Thurgraph for race 9. I'm looking at the December 19th race for the Babe Slayer. Now I'm looking at the trainers. I'm looking at the class. All right. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put our top 3 out there for all these. So you can look ahead to these races. I just want to look at one horse in the 10th race. Then I'll get the others out there, okay? I just want to look at the 8 horse. No. No, the 10th race, I mean. Okay. Okay. We're gonna get this. Okay. I think the 10th race gets done with either 3 or 4. But, you know, I'll put a 3rd in there. Okay. So now we're up to date here with this. You know, we're good through race 10. You know, by 10, I'll have the pick 4 going into the Preakness Stakes. 5, 6, 7, 4, 3, 8, 8. Okay. Okay. 8, 9, 10. Now in this race, you know, I'm giving this a lot of thought. Let me see how many minutes to post. Race 8. 0 minutes. Here's my play. Exacta box. You know, we're not going to go nuts here. It keys off the 4, 3, 4, and 4, 8. Okay. Are they going to try and, you know, screw us up with the Celtic Contender? Maybe. Exacta box. You know, this is going to be a tough race. I'm keying off the 4 here. You know, we're ahead for the day. You know, I'm looking at a nice pick 4 for races 10, 11, 12, and 13. Maybe even a pick 5. I don't think I'm going to go to the pick 5. I'm not going to get greedy. Who do we have weighing in? A lot of people weighing in. Gosper, good luck to Pop's Paradise. 420 in here, 5-1. Long Legs Diane, 5-1 Paradise. I'll have Bring the Smoke. Okay, good. Good luck, Gosper. Good luck, everybody here. Yes, I'm keying that 4-horse Paradise. Good luck. Enjoy the race. It's going to be fun. You know, a lot of people now liking the 2, Fast Gator. Let me look at this 2-horse for a second. I don't want to go another horse deep here. I think I can get it done with, you know, my top 3 picks, keying off the 4. You know, I'm comfortable with that. I'm not going to pick them all. You know, Slam Notion looks really good. You know, Haley's First Notion looks dynamite. The 3 looks tremendous. The 2, a Mahoning Valley horse. I can't go there. I can't pick them all. 374. Good luck, Gosper. Thank you, good sir. Yeah, we got this. Let's get this done. Race 8 of 14. Preakness Stakes Day. This is going to be a fun race. You know, I'm rooting for Haley's First Notion, you know, for Paradise YT. I don't see why they're picking the 2, Faster Gator. Maybe because I think that one's taking money because of Irod. The other 3, my 3, you know, 4, 3, and 8 have been faster. Let me look at the 6, Celtic Contender. Is that one that I want to do something with? Well, did run a very big race for Hamilton Smith here at this track. You know, that 6 might be dangerous. Let me just do something. Can't pick them all. The 6 is going to be dangerous. It's a Laurel horse, Forest Boys. Maybe they want to throw the locals a bone here before they get to the bigger races. This is the Maryland Sprint. Let me look at the pace one last time. Race 8. I got to think that Cream's going to rise to the top. Celtic Contender always goes to the front, but I don't think he's going to get the front today. Or her, you know, I don't know if they're males or females. I'm so busy looking at the numbers right now. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. This is going to be a contentious race. A lot of fun. A lot of horses going for the front. 6 furlongs. Beautiful sunny day at Laurel. Ice water in the veins. You want to enjoy the races. You put the bet in, you look them over, right? You're confident, you're comfortable. You should be sitting back, relaxed. I did. I only did a couple of exacta boxes. I didn't go crazy. I didn't box the field. You know, I like the 4-horse to come in first, second, and I like either 3 or 8. Simple as that. The one that scares me, though, is the 6. Because it's a local horse. But 4 runs very well here. Oh, the 4 suddenly took a big drop down to 3-1. There he goes. Where's the 8? No. The 2 better horses are pulling away. Holy shit, look at this magic. 7-1, Bring the Smoke. Okay, can't win them all. Let me look at Bring the Smoke. Nothing you could do about that. Yeah, certainly fast enough to win. Certainly fast enough to win. No complaints. Another horse that won big at Laurel. Won by 18 lengths in February. Tyler Gaffleon. Yeah, all right. You know, I'm not going to complain about this one. That's what happened. I should have included, you know, the 1 in my box, and I'd be fine. Wait, that can't be right. Yeah, 1-3. Oh, shit. That 1-3 exacta, that is going to pay. That one horse was good, only raced 3 times, 1-3. That's an $84 exacta. Yeah, I thought I was good heading for home. And that was like more of an off the pace horse, so you know, it fit the race. You know, I'm not going to complain. Dang, I wished I bet. Well, you know, the good races are coming up. Jesus, 5-6. Good luck, Jesus. Thanks for joining us. The big races are coming up. Now I got to think about this because now we're 8 races in. We only have 6 races left. You know, the Preakness is in distance. We can see it on the horizon. So what do we do here? Do I do a pick 5? I don't know. How many minutes to post till the next race? Bring the Smoke. Can't pick them all. I should have threw out that 8 Slam Nation. I should have, right? Still up for the day. But race 9, how many minutes to post? Let's check it out. 3:30, 32 minutes to post. All right, let me heat up the coffee. I did make a fresh pot. Not bad for an Aussie, yeah. 33 minutes out. Thanks, Diane. Yeah, we got this. My key here is either a late pick 4 or a late pick 3. I'm not going to go crazy with this race. I like 6 best, 5, and then maybe 2 a little and 4, but maybe that's not the race. But race 9 coming up. I got my picks out there. You know, they're scrolling on the bottom. I'll get the 14th race out there, although I don't think many of you are that concerned about that race. The big races are coming up. Big stakes races, including the Preakness stakes. So let's get this. Check odds this race out. Okay, you caught me right before I stepped away. Race 9. 6, 7 to 1. 5, 3 to 2. 2, 6 to 1. My favorite bird. Let me just look at my favorite bird for a second, since we got 29 minutes to post. What the hell's going on with this one? I mean, the one's not impossible. I got to think they're betting Pratt, not the fastest horse, but thanks for the heads up. One is a third pick and pick 3 payout. Well, I think maybe some people like the name, but I don't know, but definitely not impossible. I got to look more when I get back. Okay, we're back in a bit. All right, it's rubber meets the road time. The big races are coming up. Thanks for joining us today at Horse Racing Plus, covering you Preakness from race 1 right through the end of the card. And now it starts to get exciting. And I'm ahead for the day. I had a couple of hits, and I'm looking at a pick 3 or really a pick 4. Late pick 4. I'm deciding on the pick 4. I'll have to look at the odds here because this is the perfect time to do it because it's race 9. And let me see what the odds are with these horses. I see my favorite bird is 2-1. Turf Star 5-1. Turf Star is actually my top choice here. Let's see what they are with numbers 3 and 4 in the daily doubles. You know, 3 is going to be the favorite, followed by 4. 3 by 4. Wow, the 5 is very low odds with the 3 and the 4. We knew it was going to be those two that are taking the money. Maybe the pick 4 would get watered down. I'm thinking you can play the pick 3 for 50 cents and go a little wider because this 10th race was really ruined by the scratch of number 6, Dresden Row. And the only way you could really make something out of this is lead with Fort Washington, the 4 in the 10th race. But we have a race here to look at first. And right now, how many minutes to post? 16 minutes to post. And I want to, say hi to, people here. 11:11, let's go. Gosper, Fast Horses Today. Best wishes on your picks at Laurel. Thanks, Fast Horses. Check out our Preakness picks at Fast Horses Today. We'll do Fast Horses Today. I'll actually write it down and check it out. Fast Horses Today. Thanks for weighing in, my friend, and good luck. And those of you watching, check out Fast Horses Today. See how his picks do, man. Let's get it done. Good luck today, Fast Horses. Thanks for joining us. Al. Diane, Al 146 all paying closer in daily double payouts, 5 daily double is lowest. Yeah, well, I kind of figure that. And yeah, he's having a good day, Jose. And is he going to get it done on Chip Honcho? That's the big question. I don't think the Preakness sets up good for Chip Honcho, but do you leave him out? Jose has been hitting the day old Gosper. TYVS. Jose been hitting all day. So it's time for Flavia and I rod to shine. Little bro helping out the big bro this time. No more talking. Just take the bull by the horns. Bull by the horns. There's a horse with that name in there today, right? Long Shot Jessica and the next. The long shot is in race 11, number 6. And I'll talk about that horse for a second. Has very good numbers, very good sheet numbers. Number 6, Cheetah Lady, 12-1, ridden by Jose Ortiz, of course. Yeah, I'm just looking at the odds right now in the Preakness Stakes, current odds. Taj Mahal 5-1. That's the one I like best. Number 10, Napoleon Solo, 9-1. I like that one second best. He has so much early speed. I could see him hanging on for second at a price. Now, the one everyone's talking about all day long is Incredible. Riley Mott, Bill Mott's brother, the beloved Bill Mott, and who skipped the Preakness last year when he won the Derby on Sovereignty. And he's like, oh, I got to do right by the horse. And he skips the Preakness, just like Cherie DeVoe did this year with Golden Tempo. But now Bill Mott's son says about Incredibolt, the number 12 in the Preakness, he says to his father, he goes, I really love the way this horse is running. I love the way he's training. And Bill Mott, who skipped the Preakness last year, turns around and says to his son, then run him in the race. So it's like, what? You skipped the Preakness when you're the Derby winner? Now you're telling your son to run the Preakness after the Derby in 2 weeks? Yeah, truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. But Taj Mahal is the big story. Brittany Russell, Sheldon Russell, husband-wife team. Brittany dominates over at Laurel, and she has her husband riding, and the horse is undefeated on this track, breaks from the rail, and she can become the first female trainer to win the Preakness. So this might be the girl power year, you know? And then, of course, Golden Tempo will be running in the Belmont Stakes, at least unless something unexpected comes up. So it might be a sweep for the women trainers this year. And that would be something else, because both of them are flat out terrific. I mean, Cherie DeVoe, assistant trainer or whatever for Chad Brown, one of the top trainers for years. She starts training. Now she's winning all these races all over the place. And Brittany, she's looking for a shot here to become the first woman trainer to win the Preakness. And she has her husband riding. Together, they're like 30% or 34%. It's just some insane winning percentage. So we got to see. But this race kind of intrigues me. I like the odds I'm getting on the 6 horse. Yeah, the 6 horse in the 9th. And this is the James W. Murphy Stakes, $100,000 race, mile on the turf. Noble Bird dominating. When the money, taking a lot of money. Let me look at the pools since we have 10 minutes to post. Yeah, it's either that one or Proton. And surprisingly, my horse, 6, Turf Star, there are, 2 others taking more money. The Babe Slayer and Atfield, 2 and 4. For some reason, nobody likes the 6. Gosper, I was on the First Lady Trainer Dream this time. I think the outcome is not to be. I ride and connections with breeding. That's the thing. That 5 horse is going to be sneaky in the Preakness. Talking. Very good connections. Danny Gargan, Irad Ortiz, out of Good Magic. Let me take a look at Talking since we have some time here. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about Talking. Jump ahead to race 13. Got whipped in the Preakness. Did get 3rd. Not the Preakness, the Keeneland race, big prep race. Has some nice races. Irad and Danny Gargan. Gargan, not much racing at Keeneland to show for his record. He has 12 races. He's won twice. 17%. With Irod, he's, he wins 25% of the time. Danny Gargan, always dangerous. Hasn't won since winning at Saratoga in August. Maiden race. Has run in the big races, hasn't really disgraced himself. I think I'm not a big fan of his. I think he really got to jump forward. Chip Honcho, I don't like how the race sets up for him. The Hell We Did is kind of an interesting horse. Getting better, nice numbers, never finished worse than second. Luis Saez up for Todd Fincher. No record to show for Hincher at Laurel at all. And he's 0 for 3 with Saez. So, I got to move against this one. The big question is Iron Honor, number 9. Chad Franco kicks him off the mount. Chad Brown kicks him off the mount. Iron Honor. After a dreadful ride in the Wood Memorial, after he won his first 2 races with big numbers impressively, and he moves on to Flavien Prat. And Chad Brown's no stranger to that. If a jockey rides bad for him or something goes off, like in the Derby a couple years back with Sierra Leone, with Tyler Gaffalione, with that bumping, with the Japanese, Forever Young and everything. He bumps down the finish line, ends up losing by a nose or a head, whatever. He finished second in the Derby. And that was the end of Tyler Gaffalione on Sierra Leone. And that's the case now with Manny Franco and Chad Brown with Iron Honor. Now he goes to Flavien Prat. You got to respect that. Corona Diora, a nice horse, always around. Johnny V up. This is going to be a tough situation today. 4 minutes to post. What kind of odds are they moving around a little bit? Everyone's picking Proton, the Australian out of Astern, gets Johnny V. Johnny V is a head scratcher. Either he pulls this rabbit out of his hat or he paints this eye-popping mosaic masterpiece of a ride and wins. Or he does nothing, and you're like asking yourself, is it time for Johnny V to retire? It's like either way, he burns your money, or or you bet against him and he burns your money that way. You don't know which Johnny V is going to show up. I'm kind of thinking Babe Slayer. I don't like that Turf Star is taking no money here for Graham Motion. Let me just look at the will pays for this race. Is 6 taking money anywhere? He's taken second most in the pick 5, in the pick 4. Yeah, he's taking money. This is a tight race. I'm going to stick with Babe Slayer. I'm getting 5-1 on this horse. No, not Babe Slayer, Turf Star. Jorge Ruiz. That's the thing that bugs me about this one. Atfield. Santana Jr. Here's what I'm going to do with this one. Thinking. Leloy, how's it going? King of the Pick 4 apprentice. Some Pick 4s you've given out. You know, I've done shows here. I don't see Donald. Hey, Donald, I don't see the Golden Tempo winning the new Triple Crown this year, but maybe one of Flightline's Colts will win the Quadruple Crown. I could see Renegade winning the Belmont. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I could see Renegade, or I don't think Golden Tempo is going to win it. Henry, Babe Slayer. I think that one's tough. Good luck, Henry. Good luck, Donald Duncan. Hello, Coach Loy. Yeah, we got this, Loy. With the scratch from this race, they make it almost impossible to play the Pick 3. Right. You know, no second. You know, that one, and you know what? With this field, Golden Tempo would have had a shot. So would Renegade have had a shot. Okay, 1 minute to post. Babe Slayer is like nowhere around. I got to look at the pace one last time before we come to this race, because pace makes the race. And let's cash a ticket here in the 9th. I'm going to do this. Here's what we're going to do. Let me look at the odds. I hate to do this. I got to take one last look at Proton. Okay. 126 exacta box. All right. Here it is. Race 9. Can't pick them all. I like all these horses for reason. All right. So I have a 5-2, a 6-1 with Flavian Pratt, Jose Ortiz, and 6. I have Graham Motion, Irish Breeding, Turf Star. I'm leaving out Proton with Johnny V. Another Graham Motion horse. I'm leaving off Atfield. I like Turf Star. I think he's going to be part of the pace. I like the Babe Slayer. I love the race on dirt a couple back. And my favorite bird, very solid inside with top jockey in the country the last 2 years, Flavian Pratt. All right, good luck, everybody. You know, this should be a good race. It'll be a fun race either way. Very competitive. I mean, Turf Star number 6 getting no respect with the scratch of number 3, Zanal. Number 6 should be able to kind of control the pace, Turf Star. So I like that. And you know, Proton, more of a West Coast horse. I'm going against the 5. I know it's the favorite. It has the name, Proton. 9-5 opening favorite, but opening favorite has meant nothing today. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. I expect Turf Star, number 6, to take the lead. And number 2, we're getting a nice price, 6-1. Babe Slayer. It's going to be a good race. May the horse be with you on this Preakness afternoon. And I'm thinking about a pick 4 or something coming up next race. This is the first time I'm doing a 3-horse box, 1, 2, 6. Turf Star not really showing the speed I expected. I don't like that. Proton 2-1 now. Atfield taking the lead. I didn't expect this, but 2 goes ahead. Babe Slayer. All right, go Babe Slayer. All I need is one of the other 2 to get there. 1, my favorite bird, now 3-1. Running 3rd. Very tough race for a pretty short field here for a turf race. You know, I like the jocks on my horses too, and the speed figures. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. I have seen nothing from Turf Star. You know, maybe they're trying something new here. You know, Babe Slayer should put away this 4-horse. Here comes the 1, my favorite bird. Here comes 6. Turf Star. All right, we get the exacta home. Turf Star, get there, yes! Knocks out the 1. Whoo! 3rd win of the day. Did I get the try box? I mean, you know, I only played the exacta. All right, we get the 6-1 exacta, and that is a 4-1 over a 3-1. Did we get the 4? No, we didn't get the 2. We didn't get Babe Slayer. We didn't care about that. We just wanted the first 2. And we didn't get greedy. We spread a little bit. And another exacta hit, second exacta hit of the day. We do have a try hit out of 9 races. And we're ahead for the day. And, boom. Hey. Not Turf Star. I put that horse on top, man. What are we doing here? $6.52. And we threw the 1 in. Diane, 1645. All right, we got the exacta home. Nice. Thanks, Gosper. Here we go. Okay, we'll be back in a bit. What's this going to pay? 6-1? Yeah, I'll pay a few bucks. $22. Hey, that's a $46 exacta. We paired our lead for the day heading into the late pick 4. Let's go, good sir. Yes. Let's keep it going. But now is like crunch time. We got the 4 big races coming up. And we'll roll, man. Let's keep it going. How many minutes till the next race? Race 10 at 4:11. I'll tell you what, we're less than 3 hours from the Preakness. And the big news about this race, race 10, is Dresden Row is scratched. All right. Let's take a look at this here. The race is official. Okay, my top choice pay 1040. It did come down a bit. The 5 Proton missed the board. Johnny V. Is it time? Johnny V. Took a lot of money, Johnny V. Six, 1, 4, 5. Exacta 47. So a 22-1 exacta, basically. All right, we paired our lead heading into race 11. Race 10. how many minutes to post? 4:11. So we're talking a half hour. Now they're going to start to spread the races out a little bit. But this should be an interesting race. Cruiser Nile, easy, even money. Fort Washington. You know, how do you pick between those two? My third choice, a bourbon for Toby, Irod and Thomas Morley. I don't see that winning. What I think I'm going to do is lay off this race and concentrate on a late pick 3 where races 11, 12, and 13 and put something together there. Wow, Diane. Number 3 Daily Double is paying $7. Yeah. The thing is, the number 4 has a big class edge. So I'm kind of curious about that. But I don't think this is the type I really want to lay, big money on. I got to think about this one. Yeah, do I want to go pick 4 and add an extra leg, and maybe Thomas Morley and Irod knock me out of the pick 4, or the 3 horse goes off at 3 to 5 and waters down the pick 4, where I could spread more with a pick 3 for 50 cents. Now that I'm up for the day and really starting to move. This is one to think about, Diane. Wow, number 4 is paying, 24 in Daily Double. Choices. Okay, I'm gonna, do it like I'll go this way. 4 might win this race, but the thing is, 3 is going to have a pace edge. Race 10. And I'm going to get some picks out here for you for this pick 3. All right, race 10 coming up back in a bit. I'm going to give you my selections for races 11 and 12. Get them out there. Race 11. Seven, 8, 6. Race 12 is a tough one. And race 13. Oh, shit. I hate this one. I hate to lean on Incredible. I may change, subject to change. All right, I'll get you this. Okay, here. Okay, now read up. Race 10, 3, 4, 5. I'm not a big fan of this race. Do I single a horse? I think this is a little more tricky than it looks. Race 10. Race 10, 3, 4, 5. Race 11, 7, 8, 6. Race 12, 4, 11, 3, 2. Race 13, 1, 10, 12. I may add on to that. I'm not sure who I'd add. Would I add number 3? I don't know. All right, Bill. Bill Horning. Hey, Bill. The pace should be burning up 5 or 6 horses like the front, and they're excited more than ever. I got the 212 coming late. That's the thing, Bill. That 2, I think, will have a big late run. He'd be one I'd add. Even looking at the Iron Honor 9 and maybe spread out wide to the 14. I don't know. I got plenty of time to think about that for this because I'm not playing this race. It's going to be a pick 3. I'm up so I can play with this a bit. And good luck, Bill. I like it. I think there's going to be like 5, 6 horses. I think Napoleon Solo is going to be very hard to outrun early. And the horse I like best is One Taj Mahal. In his maiden race, he came from last to first. He didn't get the lead in that race and won easy. And the other 2 races, I think this one can rate a bit. He's 3 for 3 on the track. Brittany Russell, and she dominates that track. Sheldon Russell, he knows the track like the back of his hand, runs on there. And I think he has an edge inside. Can Ruiz win for Graham Motion from last race? I got to think about that. Well, yeah, he can. Yeah, but as we see, the betting is kind of tight. Fort Washington is running G1s all over the place. And people are just betting Irod on this Bourbon for Tony. He's not as fast as the others. He'd have to really jump forward to win this race. Something would have to go wrong with 3 or 4 or 5 to win. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. You got my picks here. I might add to the pick 3 or pick 4 in the later races. Okay, let's do this. In this race, 3 minutes to post, it's hard to bet against Fort Washington and Cruiser Nile. I could see them 1-2. If you want to go with the class, I'd go with 4. If you want to go with the last race and probably the pace, I'd be leaning, number 3. But I'm not betting this race. Cruiser Nile, he's won 4 in a row. Fort Washington. If this was the Fort Washington of last year, I could see him winning this. He has no history at Laurel, but Shug McGahee, he is 25% at Laurel in 219 races with 2.18 ROI. If maybe Cruiser Nile is coming back a little early. He's won 4 straight. I don't have a bet here, and I'll let you know right now. I'm passing on this race. Race 10. No bet. No bet for me. These are the 3 I like best. But I would use those 2, 3 and 4, in my pick 4s and pick 5s. And now what I want to look at is how the 3 and 4 are paying with the 7, 8, 6 in the next race. Actually, 8 is the favorite next, 6, 7, 8. They don't like the 6 at all. They're on Chad Brown with the 3. And the 8 is taking money, 6, 7, 8. I could respect that. Chad Brown, 3. 5 is taking some money. It's crunch time. How do I play this here? Do I single a horse? I could see the 8 winning the next race. 7, 8, 6. 7 is obviously going to take some money. No bet, but I'm curious, Fort Washington. Let me see the doubles with Fort Washington. Very tricky race. I'm trying to figure out how to work this into money. This could turn out to be a chalky pick 3, pick 4. Certainly, 3 is taking the money like crazy now. It's a Laurel horse. They've been dominating today. But 4 has the class. Do I play the pick 4 just to play it and spend 30-something bucks and get back like 50? I think my game plan is going to spread here in the 12th. I'll probably go 4 deep and go more deep in the Preakness. So you want to stay tuned for that, because I'm going to put together a play that can possibly win something big. You may have to spend a few more bucks, and I'm not talking over 50 bucks. You may have to spend a few more bucks, and you can get back, 400 or 500, okay, on a pick 3. And I've done this so many times, including on this show. Now, of course, the big horse, the 7-5 shot Dresden Row, was scratched. The Todd Pletcher, Flavian's Pratt. I'd like to know why they scratched this horse. Let me see if I can find out why they scratched Dresden Row. What was wrong? Was something wrong with him? Okay, we got the finger on the pulse. Yeah, nothing on it. Nothing. The mystery scratch. A bourbon for Toby. All right. Paying 44 with 3 and 92 with 4. I got to think it'd be one of them. Hey, BB, great shot, great picture. Good luck today. Thanks for joining us on Preakness Day. Yeah, I'm not betting this race. Okay, they're getting in. Yeah, I'm very curious about this. Mile and an eighth at turf. Dresden Row scratched. If I had to bet somebody, I'd be looking for money, or bet the class. I would bet 4 here. No exact. I'd use 4 in multi-race plays, but 3 might run away with this race on the front end. We'll have to see. Good luck, everybody. May the horse be with you. They're off. If 5 wins with Irod, the guy is a pure magician, because both the 3 and 4 are much faster than the 5. 7, Harrow. But 3 and 4 are both much faster than Harrow. And Fort Washington showing much more speed than usual. He's usually in the back of the pack, gets in trouble. But in this tiny field, this is right up his alley, because he has a huge closing kick and he loves this distance. And he's 5-2. He would be my multi-race play pick if I had the single one that's longer, but we'll have to see. The 3 ran great here at this track. He's 2-5. Cruise the Nile. You know, 4 is the class of the race. It always runs in G1s or whatever. And 3, I think 7, Harrow, is giving 3 fits. I don't think 3 expected this type of challenge. Okay, now the class is stepping up. Here comes the 5 with Irod. 4 to the Nile, man. He has 3 measured. Come on, 4. Come on, 4. Yeah, has him measured. Fort Washington. Okay, you got a good price on him. Got to text my friend. Right, 3, 4, 5, no bet. It was 5 came in second, and I don't even know what that pays. I didn't bet. 4, 5. What's that exacta? That's a $46 exacta. All right, we're on fire today. Okay, we get the 10th in the books. And now we start getting into the meat and potatoes here, the 11th, 12th, and 13th. Gosper. All right. Gosper, 358 in the Preakness. Wow. 8 is an interesting horse. I'm from OZ. Don't know if I'm here for bucket list races only. Good luck. Thanks, Gosper, and good luck to you. Thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully you're here for the big race. I told you, I told you it's here. I told you 4 is the class of the race, runs in all these G1s, and gets it home at 5-2, and beats a horse that was what, 3-5, 2-5, Cruise of the Nile. Not only that, a Bourbon for Toby comes in second. That's not a bad exacta box or exacta try. I mean, I'll pay a little bit of something. I'm kind of on fire with the picks today. I'm up nicely. I'm up comfortably now that I can play something. All right. Hang on one second. All right. Race 11 coming up. Now, I got to look at this. Let me get this out of here. See what we got going on. We're getting 10-1 on Cheetah Lady. Interesting. "19 minutes to post, 20 minutes to post." Let's talk about this race. $150,000. The Gallaret Stakes. Mile and 16th turf. We have the big names. Let's look at it. Mile and 16th on turf. As far as the pace goes in the 11th, what I'm looking to do is put together a pick 3 here. Okay, and that's going to be my big bet. Well, not big bet, my money bet for the day. I saved my money to come into this pick 3 going into, from 11 through 13. And I'm up for the day, and it's not going to be a losing day, even if I miss this, unless I turn around, get knocked out in the next 2 races and do some sort of, pick 3, exacta play or something. But in the Preakness, I don't want to get knocked out in this race, okay? 2, Ribaltaglia. Now, I don't even have the 2 as one of my choices, but now I'm looking at it. The 7, Child of the Moon. Cheetah Lady with Jose Ortiz. And Awesome Check, who is flat out dangerous. What are the odds on Awesome Check? 5-2. Okay. So my horses' odds are my top 3, 7-8-6, 7-2, 5-2, and 10-1. What I want to look at is the 2-horse Ribaltaglia, 16 minutes to post. Now that is a Graham Motion horse with Junior Alvarado. And that should be one of the early speeds. Story is going to be a speed 2 with Tyler Gaffalione. He already dropped the ball for me. He's run Keeneland, Ellis Park, Woodbine, Pimlico, Turfway Park. I'm not crazy about that type of horse. Osteri. Let's look at the speed figures. And we might as well bring up some of the speed figures here since we're looking at them. Let me download this so I could show you what I'm actually looking at. All right. Let's bring the speed figures up. Okay, this is Thorograph. The lower the number, the faster the race. So we're going to look at the early pace numbers of this race. So we're going to go down to race number 11. All right. We'll do a little clinic here. So you see what I'm looking at for these races. One of the data sources. If you look at race 11, This is the opening pace figures, what they figure to be at the first call. You could see Rebel Tasia, number 2, figures to be up there. Accent, the Chad Brown horse, figures to be around. And Osteri, number 5, you know, they seem to be the pace. So maybe there's going to be some pace, which opens it up. Accent, Flavian Pratt, riding for Accent, Chad Brown. But the one I'm really interested in is, Rob, you know, the 2, Rob Otasia with Junior Alvarado. You know, has ridden in 3 stakes races, including the number 2 has ridden a stakes race in his first race. Right? So now we're going to go and take a look at the actual speed figures. I'm setting up a pick 3 here. That's what this is about. Pick 3 favorites, 7, 3, 8, 5. Yeah, the 3, the 8, of course, and the 5. And we'll take a look at that 5, Diane. Yorman, thanks for joining us. Good luck today. Let's get it done. And I want to thank everyone who's joined in and give the selections and are part of this show and active part of the show. I'm enjoying doing these live shows. There's going to be more of them going forward. And members, I'm going to be doing members only shows. You have a membership option. You can hit join. And that doesn't mean you have to join. You get to see what, you know, the perks you get for being a member of Horse Racing Plus. So, and it amounts to about 16 cents a day. So you'll get stuff that above and beyond what I bring here. Okay, race number 11. Let's look at these. And there are different things I got to look at here. Regarding the doubles, the daily double prices, you know, as far as the horses I want to use for the next race. I already have an idea who I'm going to use in the pick 3. Let's look at some of these. Let me bring this on the stage here. Okay, the lower the number, the faster the race. Okay, Mara's Love, very nice horse. Luis Sayas riding, number 1. And I could see it. Open 15-1, currently 7-1. Lower the number, the faster the race. And this one throws an 8 up there. Let's look at number 2. 9 at Laurel. I love that for Graham Motion and Junior Alvarado. 8 and 9. And did run here at Laurel. Finished 3rd, April 18th. April 18th. Now, number 1 beat number 2 by a half a length and basically a blanket finish. Let's go down. Accent, Chad Brown. He's running 9. So he's there with the first 2, 8 and 9. The lower the number, the faster the race. 4. 4 is there, a West Coast horse, Graham Motion. 5 is very dangerous. I could see 5 as being dangerous in race 11. Okay, 5 very dangerous. 6 Cheetah Lady, very 5, 6. 7 looks like the one to beat here. He's running 8s and 7s and 6s and 8. 5, 6, 7, 8 look best to me. Let me go back to the 2 for a second. Chad Brown. 2 doesn't win. That's a problem. Comes close. Who's a jockey of 5? Brandon Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone. You know, the 5 hasn't won either in ages. I don't like its last race. Cheetah Lady, number 6. That's the long shot. 6, 7, 8. Six and daily double will pay $100. There's no respect for Cheetah Lady. How many minutes to post? 9 minutes. You know, 5 is getting no respect. You know, do you go with the connections here? Do I go with Chad Brown with number 3, Accent out of Great Britain? Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown, or do I go with number 2? 8 minutes to post. Well, 2 will have some pace. Let me go back and look at this this 5 horse here. Last time he won was November of 2024 over Thanksgiving weekend. We're going back a year and a half. Cheetah Lady has won. How about 7? Yeah, this one knows how to win. 8 knows how to win. And Chad Brown's number 3 knows how to win. You know, I'm going to ditch the 5 and go to the 3. 3, 6, 7, 8. Oh my God. I don't really want to spread like that. 3, 6, 7, 8. And I would go 4, 11 in the next race. So it's 4 by 2. Do I include the 3 in the 12th race? I'm trying to put together a pick 3 here. Let me compare Jean Valjean against Determined Kingdom in race 12. Which of these horses win more? Okay. Let me bring this up bigger. How many minutes to post? 6. Okay. I'm going to get this in. They both have speed. Remember, the slower the number, the lower the number, the faster the race. Race 12. You know, this is going to be, you know, I'm going to take a shot. I'm up money for the day. If I lose, I'll probably break even or be a little ahead. So now's the time to do this, not when I'm down 40, 50, $100 and trying to do something and spread. Run, Curtis, run. No, I can't go there. I don't like, this is another one. Determined Kingdom hasn't won since October of 2024. Let's look at this one, the 3. This horse knows how to win. Pratt up. Let's go to 11. Let me go to the 4 for a second. I want to see if I can narrow this to 2. If I don't get it done, I don't get it done. Now, I got to get the 3 in there. Get the Laurel horse in there. Okay, so I'm looking at 4 times 3 is 12. Number 6 in pick 3 is paying 226. Hey, that's a good horse. Now, who do I like in the third leg? Okay, I like 3, 6, 7, 8 by 3, 4, 11. I know I like 1. I'm really running out of time. I'm telling you, this is the thing when you do this. Let me see, 7. I'm going to have to do a kill shot in the freaking. I may be better off doing an exact in this race, and bypass the pick 3. Let me look at the win play show pools. Yeah, the pick 3s, it might be too much for me here. Will pays. It's Chad Brown. Okay, let's do this. Take a stand. Take a stand. I'm thinking the 6 here. No, not the 6. Fuck. Okay. Let me get this in. All right, pick 3. Okay, 6, 7, 8. Okay, here's how we go. Pick 3. 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 11. 1, 10, 12, 9, 2. All right, in. Pick 3. Here it is. Pick 3. Yeah, I had to take a stand. Pick 3. 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 11. 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. That's my play. Okay, 6, 7, 8 with 3, 4, 11 with 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. All right. Now, you can't bet them all. We gave it our best run here. Not looking to bet $500. Not looking to get rich. Just picking the horses I like best. We got some longer ones in there a little bit, not too much. We get the 6 home here. We're in good shape. RDS, good luck. 3-7 exacta. That can very well happen. The Chad Brown exacta. Yeah. Good luck. Thanks for joining us here on Preakness Day. Very tight field. Every horse except one is over 10-1. You could make a choice, a case for all of these. Some very good horses in here. Race 11 of 14. We've been here all day. And this race is worth $2 million. Wow. The horse that scares me is the 3. I left that one out. And even to a degree, no, I'm good with 6, 7, 8. I think 6 is a live long shot. Jose Ortiz up. He's having a good day. Currently 13-1. 7 and 8 look the fastest. 2 is going to be very dangerous at 6-1. So, but let's see. You know, we went with 3 here in the first leg. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the race. May the best horse win. Right away, the 3 is breaking through the gate. I don't like that. And now the 2 is off the horse. So we have the 2 and the 3 acting up a bit. Now Chad Brown with the 3 is the current favorite. And I get it. I get it. Now he's backing out. It'll be a good race. You know, let's get it done here. If you like this show, you want to get notifications of more live shows when they come up, they'll be coming up. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. Let us know. Feedback is always appreciated. 5 with 3 and 7. Jesus. Good luck, Jesus. Yorman, good luck today. Let's get it done. On Preakness Saturday, they're off. $2 million race. And 2, Rebel Tasia leading the way. Very good horse. And the 5 is right there, Asteri. 8 is hanging around. Awesome check. Now the current favorite. Chad Brown's number 3, Accent, 7-2, right there. Are they off the turn or are they in the backstretch yet? Looks like they're in the backstretch now. And they're bunched up 48.21 opening quarter, so very fair pace. I figure the 8 will be around. The 7 I expect to be coming. 6, the long shot. And they swing off the turn. 5 is there. Here comes 6, the long shot. Here comes 4. 4 is charging. Well, I'm out of it. But 4 comes in at 8-1. I'm out of the pick 3. All right, hang on a second. I got to make a call here. Laloy, tough race. Wow, that was a heck of a race. I got knocked out of the pick 3. My friend just got the first 2 legs of the pick 4. I lost basically $22, but this was a heck of a race. I want to go back and look at the 4 for a second. And, what didn't I like about this horse? Very nice horse. Very nice horse. You can't pick them all. Wow. But now we're down to the last 2. So I get knocked out of the pick 3, right? And I wouldn't have added the 4, so I'm glad I kept it a little tight. How many minutes to post until the next race? Diane, tough way for me to get knocked out of the pick 3 there. That was, I didn't like that. And $98 exacta pays 98. The 6 did sneak in there for 3rd. I'm curious what the show price is going to be for that. Now the decision is, what do I do for the last 2 races? What do I do for the last 2 races? I'm still up for the day. The $22 didn't put me behind. And the 5 was around Asteri. And the 8, what happened to the 8? Awesome check. What a disappointment. Well, you figure that's going to happen. Santana up. The jock is no big, he's trying to work his way back. Used to be the main rider for Asmussen, but, he got booted off. He's made some mistakes. So he's trying to rebuild his career. Ricardo Santana Jr., and he certainly didn't do it with this race. Race 12. How many minutes to race 12? Oh, we got 46 minutes to race 12. Great call, Bobby. Yeah. Yeah, well, you're in line for a nice pick 4 because for $1, this daily double paid $54. And the odds of them right now, it's a ways off. It's almost 6 o'clock when that race goes off. It's going to be Yeah, and came in 3rd. And I'd like to know what the show, that was a $6 show horse. Holy cow, that's like one of my specialties. Yeah, let me see. Your four horses 5-2. I got knocked out in the first leg. I used 6, 7, 8, and I spent 22.50, so I'm still ahead. And yeah, I got to figure out now what I'm going to do with 2 races to get. You're 5-2 on the 4 and 8-1 on the 8, and well, let's put it this way: a 50-cent pick 3 with the 4 is 115, and with the 11 it's 228. So you're lined up. Who do you have in the last race again? This might be one of your masterpieces. All right. Okay, talk later. Okay, bye. Great job. This might be one of your masterpieces. Leloy, yeah. I was talking to Bobby Finero, Robert. You've seen it. He's been on the show before. He used to be on The Sopranos for, the last 4 seasons, and he played Eugene Pontecorvo. He's alive in the pick 4, and with some horses and a nice. He'll get paid if he connects on this. Leloy, let's get it done here. I'm going to be doing more live shows. Diane. Favorites in X race 3-4-1. I would have had 3-4-11 here. I got to figure how I'm going to play this. Race 12 coming up. All right. We're getting near Preakness time, less than 2 hours away, and that is going to be a great race. I'm just wondering how I'm going to play this. How do we set this up? Okay, back in a bit. I'll get that race 14 picks out there, and let's get it done here. This has been some day. $11 races in the books. We've been out here since 10 o'clock, 10:05, and now it's after 5. And it's been a blast. Let's get it done here. Back in a bit. All right, we're at that point of the day now. Race 12, leading into the Preakness. And I got to look at race 14 for a second here to see if there's something I want to do with that. And I want to say hi to Amanda. Hi, Amanda. Good luck. You're coming in at just the right time. Good luck. Elijah does incredible, not like the large fields, come from way back in the Derby to finish a respectable 6th. Preakness field is also big. Elijah, incredible. Belmont's son, definitely a factor in this race with all the early speed signed on, but there are some other good horses too, but you got to respect them. Diane, pick 3. 3 is only horse paying less than $100. And I don't even know that the 3 is that good. I was on the fence. He's my third choice. I think you could see my picks for the 12. Second choice, 4, 3, 11. And I like 2 a little bit. So I like 4 horses in that race. And let me see what the odds are on these horses. 2 is 8 to 1. I think that, that's a live play. 3 is 2 to 1. 4 is 3 to 1. And the 11 is the long shot that I think can win this race. Do I do something with the 11? And, I got knocked out in the pick 3 last race with 4 winning. And I can deal with that. That was a very tough race. I was close. I came in second, third. But 3 has run on such short rest for Elizabeth Merriman. Does get Flavian Pratt, likes Laurel. Chasing Liberty, solid but no lock. 11 has multiple numbers that can win this race, but you got to think about the outside post 11, and he's a closer. Run Curtis Run takes money. He's not quite as fast by the speed figures as the others. And, but it's the inside post, Michael Maker. And, the texts are coming in from my racing connections. What's going on here? All right. So I'm thinking now, to get right down to brass tacks, I'm not very rarely, I am sometimes, but not today, not this weekend. Sometimes I put 50 on a race, 100 on a race or something. I've been playing, $2, $6 here or there. And now I enter race 12 up $30. Okay. I'm not going to get rich today, but I'd like to make it a winning day. And so I got 30, basically $30. Well, I got more than that, but if I want to play with what I've made today, it's not going to be a great winning day, but maybe I can make it an interesting winning day with a daily double with some long shots in the Preakness, with a couple of my main horses in this race, 4 and 11. Let's see what the doubles are paying. And then I'll tell you my play, because I'm certainly going to make a play. And I'll tell you right now, the horse I like best in the Preakness is number 1, Taj Mahal. And there's question marks about him. Might get pressed early. Fairly lightly raced. Only 3 races, but they've all been at this track, and he's won them all. I got to think about it. Yeah, so let's start with this race. What does the pace look like in this race, race 12? Okay, race 12. Okay. 2 and 3 have big early speed. It's a 5.5 furlong sprint. And you have 2 top jocks, Determined Kingdom and with Jose Ortiz and Jean Valjean with Flavien Prat, 2-3 inside speed. You know, are they going to run off and hide 2 and 3? Well, by the early pace, they have Determined Kingdom with Ortiz, number 2, open 6-1, currently 8-1, and Jean Valjean open 5-1, now 5-2. You have Chasing Liberty. We need a pace breakdown. Rob Atras, Irad Ortiz up 3-1. 11 is my big favorite, you know, my long shot. Had to have him. And Ashley Mallow, she actually has my 3 horses, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 11. And now the 4 is the current favorite for Rob Atras with Irad Ortiz. And right now we are 15 minutes to post. Chasing Liberty. I mean, gonna have to come off the pace. Irad Ortiz, believe it or not, now this one runs in stakes all the time, did ride Chasing Liberty at Del Mar on November 1st of 2024. So we're going back, you know, about a year and a half. Let's see how he did on him that day. Now, all of a sudden, he's back on him again. And he's a co-favorite. Had to have him. Oh, jeez. You know, that horse is going to be tough. Let's go to the 4. Let's look at that Del Mar race. He won on him at a mile. And won by a neck. I'm just wondering if the 5.5 is too long for this horse. Rob Atras at Laurel in his limited time there, 32 races. He wins 22% with a 2.84 ROI. With Irad Ortiz up, he wins 29%. You know, you're going back over a year to the last time this horse won. Won at Sam Houston at a mile. Del Mar at a mile. Has not won sprinting. Whereas the 3 is a pure sprinter. Three is going to be tough. So I got to work off the 3. And I got to work off the 11. I like the 11 because the 11 sprints. The 4, I think, is too slow early. The 11 is more of a natural sprinter. Yeah. Yeah. 3-11. Okay. So I'm going that way. You got to draw the line. Let me look at the 2 for a second. Do you bet against Irad Ortiz in a race like this? 2 doesn't win much either. Michael Trombetta. Who's the trainer of 4? Rob Atras. They're not going to let him in there and win this race. I'd rather take the speed, the 2 speeds and a closer, 2, 3, 11 in this race. Let's set this up. Don't leave the 11 out. Atticus. No, I think the 11 is a great bet. Al, what about 8? Atticus, I agree. What about 8? Okay, let me go to the 8, Diane. Others are faster. No, I don't like the 8. I don't like the 8. Nice horse. I don't like it. Which goes to this. 2, 3, 11. And who do I like in the Preakness? 8 minutes to post. No, I'm looking at the speed figures, Diane, and I'll show you what I'm looking at exactly now. Okay? And I'll make this bigger so you can see it. Now, the lower the number, the faster the 8. Here's number 8, Outlaw Kid. He's running 6, 8, 6, 5, 8. Nice numbers in a sprint. 6, 8, 6, 5, 8, 5. Okay, now the lower the number, the faster the race. Now I'm going to go down to number 11. Remember, this one's running 6, 8, 6, 5, 8. Lower the number, the faster the race. 11. Okay, ran a 6 and he had trouble. He, bumped in tights. He got stuck in tight. So 6, 3, 3, 4, 4, 3. He's running 3s and 4s. Even the 6 is better that he ran when he got stuck inside was faster than the 8. Now we're going to drop down to the 3. What's he running? Ran a 3 his last race. Ran a 7 the race before. Before that, ran a 3 at Aqueduct, 6. He ran a 3 at Laurel at this pace. So this horse is fast as hell, the 3. Merriman, the trainer. Now you go back to the 2. He's run 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. He had a 10 last race. What happened? He was speed early, and he had to steady. And then he got stuck on with 3 wide and fell apart. So otherwise, this horse is running 4s. Now, the other horse, number 4, he did run a 4 in his last race at Laurel, lost by a neck. And this is a closer. And the last 2 times this one, Chasing Liberty, won a race, they were a mile long. back in January of last year, going a mile at Sam Houston. And before that, November 1st in 2024, going a mile at Del Mar. So I'm looking at 3 horses that are basically faster than this horse. And this is a horse that hasn't won in over a year. Six minutes to post. But you have Irad Ortiz. Now, there is some pace in this race. And I think if I had to take a pace, I think I would go 3, 4, 11. I don't want to go 2, 3, 4, 11. I don't like the last race of the 2 last race. What happened? Laurel ran a 10. Did run at Laurel at 6. He ran a 2. He's a very fast horse. Now he's a 7-year-old, and the 3 is a 7-year-old. The 4 is a 4-year-old and really jumped forward. So I'm going to back off that, and I'm going to go 3, 4, 11. Think with my top 3. And let me drop back to that 8 horse again. I mean, 5 ran a good race last race. Now I'm giving these others a second look now. Outlaw Kid, George Weaver and Ruiz, Card Trick. Card Trick is the mystery horse. A router going back to 5 furlongs. You know, this one might be make some noise. 4 Harp. I'm looking for 4 horses that know how to win. You know, 5 minutes to post. What do you think? Seal, I'm here. 1-4. Now, Seal, I'm glad you're here. Let me look at that 1 horse. That is the one that kind of intrigues me. You know, I could see that being one that might do something at a price. You know, and I got to decide quick here. And I am kind of deciding now. Tyler Gaffleon. What are the odds? Outlaw Kid. Determined Kingdom. Let me look at the exacta payouts. Attila, Laurel, 3 horse to win. Yeah, he's going to be tough, very tough, early speed, in good form now. Good luck, Attila. Christopher, 2 win place, 2, 5, 11. Christopher has delivered big hits here when he's joined us. 2, 5, 11, 3, exacta try box. 2 win place. 2 is very dangerous. Seal. I had to reload for my pick 4 and the 10. Forgot about it. All right, good luck. Seal. Okay, let me get this off. You know, I got to, rubber meets the road. I got to give out my pick. 2 minutes. All right, here we go. Exacta. I think 3 might hook up with 4. I'm going to jump on with let me look at Fort Harp here for a second. This horse has some speed. Let's go to the double. Okay, you know, daily double, 411 with 2, 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. Okay, I got it in. 411, 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. Got to take a stand. You know, that's how it goes sometimes. I'm sitting dead red on 411, 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. Not looking to get rich. I'll put together a exacta or a try play in the 13th. 411, 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. Double. 4 on the board at 5 to 2. The 11 at 7 to 1. If 3 beats me, he beats me. What a day. Javier, Outlaw Kid, good luck. Curtis, 1, 2, 3, 4, 19, 10. Good luck, Curtis. I'm not sure. Leloy, 8, Outlaw Kid. Good luck, Leloy. I'm a Seal. I'm using a 3 in race 13. Long shot of the day. Mark that down, Seal. My double is 1, 4, 1, 3, 13. I'm going to have some interesting picks in the Preakness. I saved it. I put it at a $10 double here. Have some fun and be alive with a bunch of horses. 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. And, I'm sitting dead red on 411. Chasing Liberty, only a 4-year-old. Rob Atris, Irod Ortiz. Irod Ortiz, don't screw with me here, please. This guy's let me down today. Outlaw Kid, dangerous, yes. Tough race. I like the 11. $4.11 this race. My only 2 in a double with 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. And this is going to be a fun race. I want to wish all you good luck. The 1 horse is going to be dangerous. The 8, Seal. I'm using the 3 in race 13. Who was the 3? Oh, I got to look. Good luck, Seal. Daily double 2, 6. All right, 2. 2's going to be tough this race. I cut corners. I went to, just down to 2 horses, the 4 and the 11. If the 3 wins, he's won twice in like already within the last 3 weeks. I'm thinking he might be a little tired, but the trainer, Elizabeth Merriman, is great at bringing him back at short race. I see a speed duel between 2 and 3. So I'm looking for, 4 and 11 to benefit from the pace. So I use them. Let me be alive in the double. If I don't deserve to be, I don't deserve to be. But, of course, I'm rooting for my picks. He doesn't like to get in. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign at all. He's using up energy before the race. So it looks like I might have to depend on the 4. Okay, I'm going to stay with the race. I'm in trouble here. Good luck, everyone. Enjoy the race. Race 12. After this, we're on to the Preakness, and they're off. I expect 2 and 3 to be gunning for the lead. 3 is even money. Irod looks like he wants no part of this race. On number 4. Where's 11? 4. Whoa, our rod gets it done. Just held off the 8. Holy crap, I'm alive in the daily double. What are the odds on 4? 7-2. We caught a break, man. That 8 hung. That 8 hung like a chandelier. Look at this. Or did he? Four, 8, 9. Seal, great job. I got to take a look at your 3-horse, Seal. Leloy, like a chandelier. Funny, coach. Nice call out. Let's go. Yeah, let's go, Christopher. You know, that was a tough race. Let me make sure they put the things up in order before I, start celebrating. So basically, So next up, the Preakness in about an hour or something. You know, I got to pay respect to everyone who picked the 8-horse. Great job. I don't know who was the jockey on that 8, Jorge Ruiz. You know, he just got schooled by Rod Ortiz. And the 9 card trick. Diane, always, you're on the finger of the pulse. Thank you. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. Hang on. Okay, we're approaching Preakness time. All right. 34 minutes to post. Taj Mahal is the leading choice. I played a double. I'm live to 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. What are the odds on 12? 5 to 1. I'm telling you, there are a couple of horses in here that intrigue me. Do I sit tight on this? Let's see. Diane, Al, if 4 in the last race didn't have opening along rail, 8 would have won, but that's racing. Yeah, who gave him that opening? I'd have to look back at the replay. How did that 4 get that opening on the rail? And 8, but 8 had every shot to win that race. I want to go back to Seal because he's really, Diane, yeah, you're right. Excellent point. Who gave him that opening? And Seal, Al, after the Derby, there was $800K rollover of the Super 5. My ticket was $215. I was down on the weekend, so I didn't bet it. It hit and paid $2,500. And here's why I like the 3. Okay, I'm going to bring up your 3 here, Seal. Hang on. Now let's bring them up with the sheets. Laurel race 12, race 13. Now 3 is, who is that horse? One, 2, 3. All right, he's kind of moving forward. Kruper, always on the board. Junior Alvarado won the last race. Slow by the numbers, but okay. Let me hear why you like this race, this horse. I bred to 1. He is out of Include, a mare, a very good mare. This horse is exactly how I breed. So you're a breeder. Second race back off a layoff with a win last out. I could see this horse coming in underneath. How was the speed on this horse? You know, early speed. How does this horse figure? Let's talk about it. Kruper has some speed. Yeah, you know, this horse is going to be stalking. Gets Junior Alvarado back. Ran 1 1/8 last time. You know, this horse is on the improve. What are the odds on him right now? You're getting a price. Good luck, Seal. Okay, wow. Well, you apparently, and the works are solid. Diane, Seal, good luck. That'll be a nice win if Seal wins. Al, if 4 in the last race didn't have opening, yes. You know, how did that opening happen? Vinny. Okay, Vinny, I'm going to send you the link. You know, click on this. Maybe you can do it right here. You might be joined by a guest of mine. You know, we've joined each other at the races, you know, traveling to races, Saratoga, Philadelphia, and of course, Aqueduct. Vinny, here's the link. If you have it, you know, here it is. Click on that, and I'll bring you on right now. Hello, Mr. Vinny Leloy. Oselli is going to get in there. I need 1, 2, 1, 2, 9, 10, or 12 to complete the double in this thing. Vinny, I'll send the link email if, it doesn't work here. Let me bring Vinny on. Always a pleasure, Vinny. Let me just get this up. I don't have my exact picks for this race, but I will give it to you.
Hey.
Vinny, how's it going?
How are you? Hi, everybody.
My racing compadre here.
How you doing, Al?
Great. And if you don't know him, he's Vinny, a friend of mine. Some of you know him as Brooklyn Guy. He has a great channel, and he has his own show, and he's co-hosted with me and filled in for me as host on my own show a number of times. Vinny, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Al. So how's your day been?
It's been great. I've been out here since 10:05, and
wow.
We're like 13 races in.
Wow.
And where's the time go? It's been an exciting day of races, some upsets, some thrills, and how's your day going, man?
Okay, I'm about even. I'm waiting for this race.
Yeah, I'm the same thing, and I put my bet in here. I'm up like $20 after the bet. I haven't put I'm alive in the double with 2, 1, 2, 9, 10, 12. So that might turn into something, but I'm thinking about an exacta play. Do you have any exacta plays for this?
I played the 1, 2, 12. I like the 1. I like 3 for 3 and the husband wife and that whole thing. And I like the 2 and 12.
There were 2 long shots I'm kind of looking at. 7, The Hell We Did, has a couple of nice races, at least by the Thoroughgraph sheets. And 14, Pretty Boy Maya, 24-1. Something popped. Who's Mo Bounds? Somebody is trying to join. I have no idea who this is.
You know who I also looked at? Napoleon Solo, the 10 horse.
Yes. That horse has the big early speed.
Yeah.
Diane, Seal's there. Some nice prices for that superfecta. Yes, Seal likes a 30-1 horse, and he's in on the breeding on this horse. Number 3, I think he's too slow, but he's in the business. So,
Krupa?
Number 3. Who's number 3?
Krupa.
The horse has done nothing wrong, but I can't pick them all here.
Right. Let me see. I actually looked into that horse. Let me see what I wrote. Yeah, Krupa, I didn't use. Like you said, you could go 5, 6 deep, but you just can't put all the money into it.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Did you see Mike Francesa? He had a podcast last night.
No.
And he's a big horse. He's not just a horse player. He owns horses sometimes, and he's trying to get them into the Derby. So every year he gives out his picks, and when he was with Mike and the Mad Dog, every Friday before the Belmont, before the Kentucky Derby, he did a show. Mm-hmm. And those guys, he'd make his picks. Sometimes he'd do the show from Belmont.
Right.
And last night he was on, and he said his pick is this for this year's Derby. And he says he loves his trainer, Dallas Stewart. He's won exactas with 45 to 1 shots. And
Really?
he likes the number 11 horse. I don't know what you think of that horse. He says he's going to key that horse,
The 11?
Corona de Oro.
Corona de Oro?
Yeah, he says he's going to use it with the 2 speeds, 1 and 10, and with the 2 closers, 2 and 12. And he's going to go 11 over 1, 2, 11 over 1, 2, 10, 12, and 1, 2, 10, 12 over 11. And the 11 is sitting at 17 to 1. And in the past, he hasn't given out great winners on his show. But what do you think of his horse, the 11? He says he's going to key him first, second with those 4.
I don't know.
He says I'm going to use the 2 speeds with him and the 2 closers.
I thought he was a little slower than all these.
Yeah, I think so too.
But, I tried to narrow it down. I'm going with the 1 because of, well, first off, the 1 is the second favorite in the doubles. They pounded out the 12 in the double.
Oh, really? Yeah, that seems to be the sexy horse, the 12.
Yeah, it's 12, 1, 2 for the doubles. And then everyone else is a bit away. Well, the 10's getting used as well. I thought the 11 was a little slower than these. I wasn't sure on how the horse would be rated. I think Napoleon Solo has a pretty good shot. Overall figures are good, but I just went with the 1 because of the familiarity with the track. The horse wins on this track. The husband,
3 for 3 on the track.
You and I. Actually, that's your take. You mentioned it to me. I'm repeating what you had told me about. The husband-wife thing and the 3 in a row. And you know what? Usually, I don't go for that stuff, but it's hard to dispute. You take a horse that hasn't lost here, kind of hard.
Yeah, and this is a difficult track. I talked to John De Silva. He knows the game inside out. I talked to a couple other people, and they say Laurel plays a little differently than other tracks, and the home guys have a favorite. And today it seems like these horses with experience running at Laurel have been winning, even over favorites. And the these jockeys, it's like they're not going to let these guys come to town and Jose Ortiz and Irod, take out money. They're doing well. Yeah, they know the track. I want to bring something up here. You could maybe take a look at it if you can see it. This is the speed figures, early pace of this race. And look at the big early pace of number 10, Napoleon Solo.
Napoleon Solo, 22:01.
Is he going to be running away?
It looks like no one else is going to challenge this horse in the lead. You would think that someone would have to go out. They're not going to let this horse steal the race.
Yeah, and John De Silva says, well, no one will steal the race, but I think he's going to – I think Robusta might. I mean, he ran some quick fractions in that 14, but the 12, John says, yeah, he has the big speed, but I think he's going to run out of gas. And I said, John, this guy might just be gone. But Taj Mahal, he went to the front a couple of times. He's the 1, and you could see he does not have the speed even of the other horses.
Yeah.
But thing with Taj Mahal is he's run on the track 3 times, and the first race, he's 3 for 3. He's never lost. His first race, he ran here, and he was running dead last. So he wasn't on the lead, and he turned around and just blew the field away and won by like open lengths. So he doesn't need to be on the lead.
Right. And I honestly, in races like this, Al, when you have a large field and you can possibly get in trouble, I like a horse that can go either way.
Yeah, and he's a horse that can do that.
I think that's a tremendous angle when you have horses jostling for position and you have a horse that if he doesn't get out to the greatest start has enough time to maneuver and has done it in the past. I like that.
Okay, minutes to post. We still got 20 minutes.
Yeah.
What are you thinking here as far as a bet go? Would you mess around with exactas, or do you want to try and sharpshoot with a horse?
Oh, I more than mess around on this one. I bet the biggest bet of my day is on the one win in place and a big 1-2 exacta box, and I put a 112 in small, a 212 exacta box, a 3-horse box. But I have the one singled really win in place and a 1-2, a fairly decent exacta box.
Yeah, I don't have the exacta play in yet, but I want to do something because I think some of these are kind of sneaky.
How are you, Lolo? Long time no hear, Mr. Binwell. Whose fault is that? You know where I am. How are you, brother? I hope you're doing well and good luck today. Hey, Seal, how are you? No joke about the home track. Seal's right. You can't, so many times we'll look at this race after the race, Al, and say, how did we miss this horse? The horse never lost at this track. That happens a lot. We try to outsmart ourselves sometimes. And I know I'm not good at that.
Okay. Let me see. I got my phone here. I think I want to show you this video, and this is kind of interesting.
Sure. Let me see.
And this is, see if I can get this thing up.
Yeah.
This is the jockey of the one horse. Okay. The husband-wife team.
Okay.
All right. Let me, bring this up, and you might find this interesting.
Jorge, hola. ¿Qué pasa?
Yeah, let me, bring this screen up. Let me get this off. Here is the trainer and the jockey, the husband-wife of the one horse, Taj Mahal.
Oh, wow. Nice looking couple.
Brittany and Sheldon Russell.
Nice looking couple.
Yeah, and
they
win together. You know what's the scary part about it, Vinny? They win together at like a 35% clip at this track.
That's amazing.
It is.
Not even as a favorite, just a 35% win at this track?
Yeah, 35% win.
That's impressive.
Like a 2.6 ROI.
That's very impressive.
Let me see if I can just bring this up. And, one other thing. Maybe I can show you this clip. And you can hear it right from the, the jockey's mouth here.
Let's hear.
Okay.
The Preakness Stakes and Sheldon.
Okay, now here is the jockey of Taj Mahal, the one horse. Okay, check this out. Let me hit play.
Sheldon Russell is going to ride Taj Mahal in the Preakness Stakes. And Sheldon, one thing I ran looking at the stats into this Preakness is you overwhelmingly have the experience edge on your fellow jockeys riding 2 turns on the main track at Laurel. Obviously don't want you to give away any secrets, but do you think there is some experience? This is kind of a little different configuration than most jockeys are probably used to.
Yeah, I wouldn't, riding at Laurel on a daily basis year round, I think it's a huge plus for it to be at a track that I'm familiar with. The Preakness distance is a special distance. We don't run a whole lot of those sort of longer races, but look, come Saturday, I feel like I'll be pretty comfortable. I think it's a huge home field advantage.
And from the rail, Brittany talked this morning at the Alibi Breakfast about decisions to be made. How long do you think you're going to have before you have to commit to whether you're going or seeing if someone is a horse you can tuck behind? Like in your mind, how long do you do you envision before you make a decision?
Yeah, just to make sure he's standing good. Look, it's 2 or 3, 4 jumps out the gates. I'll know which gear he's sort of jumping into. Look, if he jumps into a really high gear, then we'll sort of go on with it. But look, if he jumps a step slow, we'll definitely have to go to plan B. There isn't a whole lot of leeway. It's a little bit of a run to the first bend. So, look, I'll be trying to follow the right horses if we are behind. But my main goal would be to try and break him clean, sharp, and just try and hold a good position going into that first bend.
And how's it feel going in a week like this, having one of the favorites for American Classic?
Unbelievable. Yeah, just something I've always dreamed of, and to have a live horse on one of the biggest races here in Maryland is unbelievable.
We'll wish you a lot of luck. Thanks for your time.
I appreciate that.
Here with Sheldon Russell, who's going to.
How can you root against this guy?
Tough. Well, I'm not. I have him.
He's not like an Irod Ortiz or Jose Ortiz, but he's a giant at Laurel.
Well, and you can understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's key.
He's saying it's a dream of a lifetime. He's out there in this big race, and his wife is the trainer, and a beautiful young couple, and it's amazing. And if she wins, Brittany Russell, she would be the first female trainer to ever win the Preakness.
Wow. And you know what's interesting? We just had the woman a couple of weeks back first.
Yeah, sure.
We have the women taking over. Maybe the women are taking over. It's a good angle.
Right. She was the first female to win the Derby. Now it's like 2 weeks in a row with this.
Women are good for some things, They are. I have to admit it. I'm admitting it here on TV.
So it's a great storyline heading into this race. It really is. You got to root for this guy, man. If you can't, there got to be something wrong with you.
Yeah, I agree. It's a nice story.
All right, I got to think now. How many minutes to post? 12 minutes.
13. I will be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, Vinny, I got to think. I'll be back in a couple of minutes too. I'll keep you on here. Whoever comes back first, go ahead and talk. And I just got to heat up the coffee. I've been drinking coffee to keep me going with this. All right. We're getting near Preakness time. Hey, Jorge, good luck today. Good luck. It's Preakness time. I might just sit back and root for my horses and let one of them come home. I'm alive in this. Okay, let me put this up. Let me get my picks up there for the other races. Race 13, race 14. Okay, race 14. Let me give you my picks for that race, because I know some of you want to be playing a late double. That's going to be a tough race. Okay, hang on a second. We got some firsters in there. They're not making it easy on the last race. It's 6 furlongs on dirt. Okay, let me get him out there. Okay, let me bring this up. You know, the 14th race is, I do have my selections out there for the 14th race for you double players. Okay, 486, excuse me. Donald, riders up. Good luck. Good luck, Donald. Thanks for joining us today. Al, my merch is about to drop. You need a really cool hat. Yeah. Brilliant Birdie is a tremendous horse. Okay, 6 minutes to post. I'll be back in a bit. And I'll bring Vinny back when I'm back. And we'll be on to the Preakness. Okay. It's time for the big race. I'm going to get in front of the big screen for this, but I want to give you my picks, my top 4 picks for this race. And this is a tough one. You know, I'm looking at Napoleon Solo and the speed. Okay. You know, I got to go with okay. Here are my picks. Exacta boxes. $110. Oh God, this 110. It's going to be around the 1, okay? $1.7. Oh, jeez. $1.9. Okay, we're going to swing $1.14. Okay. You know, we got some prices here, $1.10, $1.7, $1.9, $14. And we're going light because I'm alive in the double here. And I'm getting some prices in here. And I think the 1 is going to be real tough to beat in this race. And I got some horses in here who I didn't really use anywhere else. You know, Great White, Closer. You can't pick them all. I like the 14. I like the odds we're getting on the, 24-1. Okay. Let me box them up. Exacta, box. 1.7. Exacta box. 1.14. Pretty Boy Maya, Jeremiah Engelhardt, the horse named after him. $1.2. No. $1.14, $1.7. Okay. $1.9 and $1.10. Okay. Napoleon Solo. We got some picks coming in here. Number 12, Alejandra. Good luck, Alejandra. Good luck, Al. Good luck, Alejandra. Thank you for joining in. Best of luck, Al. You too, Seal. Yes, the broken guy is here.
Hey,
Vinny.
Al.
I'm going to go to the big screen for this.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. You know, Donald, House Trains, they're betting down Great White. Got good closer. He's going to be tough. 0 minutes to post. This is going to be a great race. Might even be better than the Derby.
Yeah,
What do you think? I put in some exacta boxes: 110, 17, 19, 114. 110, 17, 19, 114. I'll get paid if these come in. I'm alive in the double, so I said, let me, it's all about that one horse.
Uh-huh.
If he does nothing, that's the end of the game, but maybe I get it done. I have a number 2 in the double, Donald. Good luck, Donald. Thanks for weighing in here with your insights.
Donald, yes. Oselli, I agree with you totally. 8-1 is I thought that horse would be 4-1. I post 5-1.
Well, he's a great closer. He's a tremendous closer. Vinny, he took the lead in the Kentucky Derby at the 116 pole? And he was like 75-1.
I didn't know that.
Okay, I'm going to step away for just a minute. Watch this on the TV.
I'm going to watch it on the screen here.
Yep, but I'll leave you right here, Vin, and I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay.
Good luck, Vinny.
Enjoy it.
Got here?
Hopefully you'll be smiling when you come back on. I have the 1-2-12.
I think you're in good shape.
Thank
think between one. Who do you have? 1-2-12.
One. Yeah, I have the 1 to win in place, an exacta box 1-2, and a smaller box 1-2-12. So if the one runs first or second, I'm okay. If he runs
Donald,
second, I'm fine.
good luck. Good luck, everybody.
Deep breath, Seal. Deep breath, Seal. You're right. Cold water in the veins and all that stuff. I'll see you in a bit, Al.
You're holding the fort here, Vince.
I'm gonna hold it. I'm here.
Okay.
Not the first time I'm ever holding anything. How you doing, man? Hope 1-2-12. Donald, you're in good company. Well, no, I'm not good company, but I'm in good company because you're doing it. Yeah, let's see. My son wanted the 7-8. I boxed the 7-8 for my son. So $5 exacta box. He's easy. So we'll see what happens. They are getting in the game. Good luck, everybody. I hope you all enjoy the race. Lolo. They go off yet? Well, they're off. All right. They gave the one the lead. I guess he felt something coming out. 22-6 is fast. We will see. 46-6. They slowed it up a bit. They're heading around the far turn, and he's trying to let the one out a bit. That Napoleon Solo. Oh, he's right there at 10. Oh, here it is. And the 1 looks like he's backing up. The 10 looks like he has a lot of horse. Taj Mahal on the rail. There goes the 10. Ten, 9, 6. It looks like. Yep. Napoleon Solo. I was scared of him, and he won the race. I was scared of Napoleon Solo. Now I see why. Unreal. One got the lead. I guess he was headstrong coming out of the gate, and he just figured he'd go with him. 10 ran a perfect race. So, any winners in there? Ay, ay, ay. I never win these races. They let him go off. He's what's he, $16 horse? Paco Lopez with Chad Summers. Napoleon Solo. I was afraid of him. It didn't matter because if I would have used him, I wouldn't have won anyway. Taj Mahal, look, if the race was 7 furlongs, I would have won. 10-9-6, Chip Pancho, Iron Honor, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, the 6, Jose Ortiz, Steve Asmussen. Ortiz gets in the money there. And Oselli comes in second. He didn't close quite as much as I thought he would, the 2. And he had pace to close in. So, c'est la vie. It happens. I will be back.
All right, I hit the daily double. If you saw my previous post, and but geez, I had the 10. That was the horse I gave out as my, on the show. And it was a great race, thrilling race. And, Iron Honor, great job by the 4. I don't know what that pays that daily double.
Yeah, that was unreal. I was scared of that 10.
I had the 10. And the double. And so I got that, and I lost $8 on this.
What did you think of the one going out for the lead? And what did you think, Al?
I was surprised. I thought he was going to be home free. I didn't think he would fade. I didn't think he would fade like that.
The 10 ran a beautiful race. He really did. Al, I got to run. Thank you for having me on, brother.
And Vinny, and hang on a second, Vinny. Okay. I want you to stay here for a second.
Okay.
I want to give Vinny. Check out his channel, his channel on YouTube. He talks sports and he talks life, and I think this is something you want to listen to because he puts shows out there. Some of them are like an hour long. If you want to listen to it at night, talk real life experience.
Thank
you. And let me just bring him up.
I appreciate that.
And
I do a Met post game after every Met game. I do a post game. So, and I let people come in.
Hang on.
You're right, Seal.
And he's a very dear friend of mine.
Yeah,
He's one of my best friends. So check this guy out.
Thank you, Al.
Trust me. If you like me, you'll love him.
Thank you. Seal, you're very right, Seal. You have to watch a race a couple of times. No one ever talks about that. You're right, Seal. You're in the horse business. You have to watch a race a couple of times to really see the little nuances of what a jockey sees. If the horse wants to run, but yet he holds him back. That's a great, great point.
Okay, here. I'm putting this link up here, right here. All you got to do is click on this. Do me a favor and subscribe and give him a chance. If you love him here, you'll love him there. and it's right here.
And if you hate me here, you don't have to just say you hate me. Thank you, Al.
Vinny,
I'll talk to you
thanks for
tomorrow.
coming on. Okay,
Of
have a
course,
good night,
anytime.
man.
Take care.
Bye. Brooklyn guy, Vinny Bracco. Yeah, that was a hell of a race. And, 10-9. Oh, and 6 came in third. I didn't like 6. Let me just check, the 6. What the hell were his odds? Chip Honcho. Okay. 10-9. Just box my top horses. I got the double. What is this going to pay? It was a $10 double. Will pays. I made $39 on that. Okay, I didn't get rich. At least I liked the horse and gave it out on a show. Yeah, $49. Okay. I got one race left. I'm up $60 going into the last race. It's going to be a decent day. I knew I wasn't going to get rich, but at least I got it done here. 10-9-6, yeah. Love Bug, who was first, second, 10-9. I got to call my friend John. JK Bus, thank you. Napoleon Solo, winning bet. Knew we could win. JK Bus, we still have one race left. This is my friend Bobby Finaro. He's joined me on the show before. Bobby. Napoleon Solo, I did it. Nailed the double.
Don't screw with the AH, man. I'm happy for you, man.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Nailed it.
You called it from the beginnings.
Well, I said it. The horse had speed.
Everybody said you're crazy. Even John. Tell the truth. Huh?
Well, and that horse had so much speed. I can't believe the one went out there and actually outran him. And he fell apart, though. I played a few exactas, actually 4 to be exact, with the 1 with the 10 and 1 with a few others. I was alive with 5. No, I didn't. I didn't play 1 with the 9. I played 1.
You had the double for $1, right?
Yeah. So I got it for 50. Well, I finished the day up 60, and I might play something here.
Listen to me. It's not about the money. It's about being right, and you were right from the beginning. John was saying,
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we still have some unfinished business on the track after the Preakness. Yeah, there's a 14th race that's coming up. So let's take a look at that. And let me catch up on the Holy Matoli. 8, Holy Matoli. Don't forget to be bet funky. JK Bus. Don't forget to bet funky. See funky do. Okay, we're going to look at this. Donald and Napoleon Solo Dynamite. Wish I would have bet him. I had him in the double, so we got that done. And that saved it. I didn't, 20-cent pick six, 33K. Holy cow, seal. Third, Chip Honcho. That's a good showing for Chip Honcho. I didn't think the race really set up for him. And I do want to say J.K. Bush, I should have used, nothing. I shouldn't have used nothing. I'm glad I came out okay so far. But let's look at this 14th race. What the hell's going on? 11 minutes to post. We got some first-time starters. A hell of a Preakness. Napoleon Solo. Suddenly he comes to the front again for 3-year-olds. Now the question is, does he run in the Belmont Stakes? Because he might give a horse, especially on a faster track like Saratoga, fits to Golden Tempo and Renegade, horses like that. I mean, this horse has pure speed. He reminds me of another horse that had really blistering speed and put together a great career. Actually, a couple horses, Palace Malice and Shackelford. They dominate on the front end when they're on their game. So let's take a look at this 14th race and just let the Preakness sink in. And Taj Mahal, it's not going to be a split story about the female trainers. He ran a gallant race, and he actually went to the lead ahead of Napoleon Solo. And who could have figured that? And that was just too much for this horse. Last race, I like the 9. Diane. Diane is back in the house and better than ever. Okay, let's look at this race. Who do I like in this race? 10 minutes to post, 14th race. I've been out here since 10:05 this morning, and now we're going on 7:33, and it seems like I just started. It's it's great when we get rolling. And I'll be doing more of these live shows. And for members only, I'll be doing some shows like this, giving out picks and sharing the story and having some seminars. So check out the membership option. You can see join the channel. It comes to 16 cents a day. You can join 16 cents a day, and you get stuff on top of what I give you here right now. Okay, let's take a look at this race. All right, race 14. Bruno, number 4, looks... You have a 14% trainer for Niall Seville, who is 13% at Laurel. And that's on the board 4-1. Is there something we can do to this race, tweak it a little bit and make something happen here? That's the question. Is there some long shot that might sneak in there? Grant the Great, sure. Number 6. No, not really. The one that is jumping out is the 7 here a bit as a live long shot. And we'll slip down to the 8. 8. Yeah, sure. Nancy Heel ran a 5.5. Gets Christian Maldonado, only a 5% chalk. JK, I knew Bruno, he can win, and for Funky C Monkey Do, he can be placings. Well, that Bruno horse, holy moly Matoli. I'm just looking at this 8 horse. Nine to 2. Do we do something with 4 and 8? They seem to be the quick ones in here. And there are a bunch of question marks. Even the 7 is quick. The 7 is quick. The 7 can win. Ballon Clash. Start tapping. 24 to 1. "13 minutes. We still got time. Already I see 4, 7, 8 as very dangerous in this race. 4, 7, and 8. And they're all prices. Number 2, first-time starter, Irish Nonsense from Susan Cooney. Let me give you a heads up. First time out, maiden special weight, 0 for 26. Only hits the board 19%. So forget the 2. Love Yourself, number 3. I'm seeing number 3. I might try something, a 4-horse box 3. Bruno, number 4. 4 is going to be real tough. Number 5, Start Tapping. Wow, you're getting a good price there. First time starter from a trainer who wins first time out. People might be getting desperate and they're staying away from the 5. But the 5 Diving Rod, this is a horse that can be in the money. 6, no. 7, yes. 3, 4, 5, 7. I might play a fun exacta here with some bombs. 8 is 1. 9, Jamie Ness. Sanchez up. That takes the fun out of the game here. That one is dangerous. 9. I'm going to say right now that this is a very tough race. Nine minutes to post. Okay. This is tough. I mean, the one that stands out to me here is the 8. How do you play this? I'm just thinking. Let me adjust this. How do you adjust for the first time starters? How do you make money in a race like this? Let me see what the odds on the 8 are. 9-2. Love yourself is you got to land on someone. I'd say land on 8. Win place, holy moly, Matoli, and box it with some others. 3, 4, 5, 9. 8 with 3, 4, okay. The 7 is a bomb at a price. Yes, tough race. This is tough. We have some first-time starters here for trainers who win early. So they can certainly sneak into the exacta. Lloyd, win 3, 7, 8. Yeah, they can all win. And Leloy, they're all good prices. 3 is 7-1, 7 is 14-1, and 8 is 9-2. I mean, you can bet all 3 to win and come out on top. I want to see what 6 has. Grant the Great. No. This horse is not special. 6 should not be favored. That's a weak favorite. 2-1 now. Funky see, funky do. You're talking about that. I know some of you are. Let me see it. No, I don't see that. No, I don't see that horse. No. It's not going to win. And the 2 first A first-time starter. The trainer is 0 for 26 as a first-time starter. 3 is nice. Let's go back to the pace figures. See what we got. I'll bring up the pace figures for this race. Bring up the third graph, and let's see who the early pace is in this race, okay? Let's take a look. Grant the Great. Well, I could see the 6 now. Very big early pace. We can see there are a number of first-time starters, and these bar graphs show the average speed for the opening quarter. 8. You know, I could see, I got to use the 8. 8 is my top choice, followed by 4. 8 and 4. 5 hasn't raced. 7 I have to use. So far I'm looking at 4, 7, 8. Seven's a bomb. You know, 7's a bomb here. Who are my others that I like? A 4, 7, 8. Okay. You know, I'm going to narrow this down to, you know, I like 8 best. So maybe I'll box the 8 with some others. You know, I'm fine boxing the 4, 7 or you know, 4, 8. I don't know about 4, 8, 7. Seven is a beloved horse at Laurel who is trying to break through forever. Stumbled at the start last race. The 6, Grant the Great. You know, 4, 7, 8, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let me just check the 3. Let me do maybe a $1 box, have some fun. Okay. 4 is going to be good. Let me check the 3. Go to the pace figures. 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay, here's the play. I see it. Okay. Let's do it. You know, we'll do it here. Exacta box 478. I'll leave the 6 out, okay? Exacta box 472, 7, 15 to 1, 8. 478. Do that. All right? It's in. Race 14. All right, let's do it. Exacta box 478. I got a 15 to 1 shot in there in the 7, so you can't say I'm eating chalk. All right, let's get it done here in the last race. You know, the comments, who's here? Diane here. If race was on grass, I would have liked the 6. The 6 is going to be fast early. You know, 6 might, beat me. The 9 might also. I can't use them all. I like the 3. I like the 3-2, and I also like the 5. I just landed on 3. It's going to be a winning day. And 4, 7, 8. So I got a 7 to 2, a 16 to 1, and a 5 to 1. I'm very comfortable. 6 might be good. 5 might even be good, and 9 might be good. And the 1 has early speed. This is a tough race. So let's get it done. Let's have some fun here. And here you could see the Thorough charts. I was looking at the early pace figures. As you can see, there are a bunch of first-time starters in this race. Okay, Lauren has something to weigh in here. Lauren, good luck in this race. 246. Irish nonsense. We know about the 4. We know about the 6. Let's take a look at the 2, Lauren. Irish nonsense. I have a second look. Unraced horse. Yeah, that trainer is 0 for 26 with first-time starters. But maybe now's the first time. So good luck, Lauren. And I want to thank everyone for joining us today, weighing in with your picks, and being part of this day. We started since 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's going on 8 o'clock. Final race, we saw a great Preakness, and let's see what happens. I think the 8 is the one to beat here, and that's 5 to 1. And I think the 7 is the live long shot. He's 17 to 1, and the 4 is going to be very strong, Bruno. Good luck, everyone. Enjoy the race. Race 14, final race of the day, and let's end it on a high note. I'll be doing these live shows more often now, a few times a week. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the subscribe button. This way you know when I'm out here doing shows like this with open chat and giving out picks and plays. Good luck, everybody. A winning day today. It's going to be a winning day no matter how this turns out. I'm pulling for this 7 to do something. I expect 6 to be on the lead with Paco. Let's see what happens. 4, 7, 8 exacta box, but may the best horse win, and good luck. Enjoy the race. Ice water in the veins. Wow, the 6 is 3 to 5. Here comes 8. He's going to overhaul him. maybe not too much speed. Wow, here comes my bomb, number 7. No, he won't get there. Well, Paco ran away. All right. Not a big day. I finished like $50 up, and we gave it our best shot, you know? You know, it wasn't a get rich quick day, but it wasn't a losing day. You know, $50 is $50. We'll take it. Had some nice hits. Napoleon solo on that late double, a couple of nice exactas, a trifecta earlier. So, you know, as always, I gave it 100%, and it was a great day. This is the first time in a long time I did a day like this where I'm out here for eight hours or whatever, and it was good. It was good. It was a fun day, and I expect we'd have more of them, especially Belmont Stakes Day. Who knows? I might be doing a live show from the track. I want to thank everyone for joining us today, you know, on this Preakness Day, and have a great rest of the weekend. And remember, may the horse always be with you.